Oh wow, back to back basically. Nobody was expecting back to back stream. They weren't ready for the back to back. This is not the stream chat. I just have to do something with this message real quick, since I'm a real big C++ hater, as you all know, and so if you all hate C++, let me know, and I will add the C++ hater jokes to the Jester 2 for its next release, which I forgot what idea I had to add to Jester 2, but that idea, I don't remember it, so I think it was like randomization for like which mode it's gonna activate, a random mode, so it chooses a mode and then activates that instead of, so that way you can have all the variants of Jester and not just have a C++ for your TTS, so that way every time it's like alright, so let's go ahead and do, where is it at? Open Jester files. We also have one for supporters too. If you want anything special, it can go in the supporters file, and all you have to do is support me somehow. I guess I'll put it in there. It's called the viewer files. But C++ from this guy, from Waffler himself has donated to us a great thing, C++ hate, and I hate C++. C++ is doing Russian roulette, but you're using a magazine-fed gun. Wowie. Good job. Anyway, that's enough of the Jester files for one day. Let's go ahead and open up a few things. I got my binding here, bind HSA, and I've also got, we need to test that out today. We also have Kfish, which is nothing really. And then we also have, what's the next one we need? We've got Kfish, bind HSA, main.d. Not too bad. This is basically a string. So a constcar status, we're trying to do status.write.ln, but doesn't really do anything. But, well, I'll show you guys why it doesn't do anything. So we're passing through this. This is a thing that does HSA in it, and then it's taking status and adjusting status, which is the constcar pointer, aka C string type, which I thought they were just constcar pointers, but I guess in this case we're using a constcar pointer. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with the weirdness of C, but it's got some weirdness sometimes. So since we're turning on the GPU server, you guys know what time it is. It's GPU o'clock. X-term. Oh, shut up! Jester. I love Java. I love Java. I love making fun of Java. Nice. Good stuff. Good times. So I'll show you what this program we wrote does. CD into D Jesus. It takes a minute, and the reason it takes so long is because HSA bindings probably take a long time. I don't know. But let's go ahead and tmux, and then do full screen mode, because we don't need to see fucking NVIDIA gate in the background. Well, it is in the background. It will forever be in the background. Control B and Shift. What was the one to? Who cares? We'll just have we'll just do everything on the bottom. Well, I kind of wanted to have it separate though. Honestly, tmux kill pain. I think that's the one it was. There we go. Control B, Shift %. There we go. Alright, there we go. We got our GPU. Let's go ahead and see what it does. /main. I don't think you can actually see it do anything in that. I think we just need to use NVTop, which was more for like NVIDIA GPUs, wasn't it? Because in theory, it's running on a device. It should run on one of these devices. But I think this is partially because we didn't link in the kernel yet. So we haven't linked in the kernel. It's just initializing the library and then shutting down the library. That's all it's doing. So that's probably why it doesn't do anything. And then I'm just not understanding what the hell it does yet. So with HSA stuff, I've read a bit of the stuff about this. The HSA Runtime Programmer's Reference Manual. And I read to like almost to chapter 3 now. Let me just say, it's the most full text of all time. It makes my brain slowly melt every second I spend reading it. I'm like, damn. You know, I didn't know my brain could overheat so hard until I read about this. But at least this is simpler than reading GL docs. Because GL, anytime I touch open GL, I go, my brain am fried because my code big spaghetti. And I hope my code doesn't end up big spaghetti. But here's the binding, which is complete. This binding does work. I need to look into licensing so we can see what license we can slap on this and be fine with. It literally is just a copy of the original binding though. So I think we just have to put like a reference to. Let's actually do that right now so I can get this onto Codeberg and yeah. Palms sweaty. Yeah. Palms sweaty. Code spaghetti. Let's see. Web tools. The Flatpak Brave. Ah, yes, you can see the things I like by just looking at my these things. My LLVM language reference, my OpenMPIs, and my Fortrans. All my favorite stuffs. Interesting, interesting. HSA, Heterogeneous System Architecture Foundation. Very cool. Go check them out if you're interested in what I'm doing. So copyright 2014 AMD Microservices Inc. AMD is granting you permission to use this software and documentation, if any, collectively pursuant to the terms and conditions of the software license agreement included in the materials.if. You do not have if you do not have a copy of the software license agreement, contact your AMD representative for a copy. Okay, we'll call Lisa Sue. LLVM is cancer. Jarvis, pull up the network graph for LLVM. I like LLVM. I'm a big fan of LLVM. I think it's amazing. In fact, LLVM is the only reason this is kind of possible. Because the LLVM has a backend for the GPU targets. But I wonder if GCC has the same thing. I forgot what the backend we used was. Or no, actually, it was just to set a 333 or something. I don't know. We covered that like 2 episodes ago, and I was like compiling LLVM to make my own LDC variant that exclusively targets GPUs or some shit. Which is like brain damage right there. That was like the most brain damaged idea I had. Anyway. You agree that you will not reverse engineer or decompile the materials in whole or in part, except as allowable by applicable law. Yeah, AMD and all these companies are all like super like, oh man, he's gonna reverse engineer our GPU instruction sets. We can't have that. We're just gonna give the GL boys the GPU instruction sets. Well, me, I'm very close to such things, and I don't want to go over the line, I guess. But, you know, it'll be secret. Nobody will know. Complaints about C++. I use D-Link, by the way. Says LLVM is good. LLVM is awesome. But, yeah, it is mostly written in C++. I think the only case where I would be really annoyed about it is if I wrote my own front end for LLVM, and then I had to bind to C++, and then I'd go, I have to bind to C++ today, which actually isn't that bad, because you could just write a C wrapper for it, but then you have to write a C wrapper for C++, and I haven't written much C, although I see the HSA code here is pretty much C, and I just translated it into D for last episode, pretty much. We just looked at it and could compile it. The software is provided as is without warranty of any kind. That's pretty normal. That's what Debian says. Non-infringement. Some jurisdictions do not allow the exclusion of implied warranties, so the above exclusion may not apply to you. That's an interesting part of this. I wonder what jurisdictions do not allow the exclusion of implied warranties, but limitation of liability and indemnification. AMD and its licensors will not, under any circumstances, be liable to you for any punitive, direct, incidental, indirect, special, or consequential damages arising from the use of the software or this agreement, even if AMD and its licensors have been advised of the possibility of such damages. In no event shall AMD's total liability to you for all the damages, losses, and causes of action, whether in contract, tort, or otherwise, exceed the amount of $100 USD. Damn, bro. Imagine that. Imagine, like, this code fries your GPU and they just pay you $100. Put the code in the bag? Well, yeah, but I just want to make sure that I'm not going to break their licensing. U.S. government restricts rights. What license, though? Oh, export restrictions. The material may be subject. Since my binding is basically the same thing, just rewritten with D. Also, do I even need these? I don't think we even need those. But I think we need the core standard C standard int. That is required for like some things. Let's go ahead and save that. It's the only adjustment I'm making. I don't think it needs anything else though. You're probably at higher legal liability reading the license, to be honest. Really? I don't know. I feel like you should read licenses. Oh yeah, well actually, I wonder if they have a clause that says if you read this license live on stream, we're going to come and get you for 5 times our $100 payout, $500,000. Oh, it's like 500 times. Issues. What are the issues with this? Good. We hate Windows. It's like white rooming. License though. This is their license. Redistribution and use in binary form or without are permitted that the following are met. You must reproduce the above copyright notice. Neither the name of the copyright holder nor the names of its contributors. You must include the following terms in your license. Okay. Thank you, AMD. The HSA 1.0 final. I'm pretty sure being ignorant is better than looking into it. It's like researching patents. I don't know. I just want to do the right thing for once. With this license. There's also a README, but yeah, we'll download their license now. And just slap their license on this. But this will only be for my binding since I mean, the right thing is getting a lawyer. Nobody got time for that. Yeah. But lawyers, they cost money. Me, I wanted to be like Saul Goodman, so I'll just learn it myself. Download the raw file. Only the binding needs this license, so we'll make a save license.txt. And on the top of it, he likes it raw? Yeah. Well, I don't know. What is the legality of rewriting it with D-Lang anyway? Like, it's not like it's super different, but it is definitely different. This is definitely different from what they have. Maybe we don't need that. Ah, fuck that shit. I'm gonna be honest. I think that only applies to their source code, and this is a binding. I don't know. We've read it now. Now it's too late for me now. Let's see. Don't know if you even need legally need their license for a rewrite. Yeah, I don't even know. Because it looks the same, but then it's in a different language. So, but it's not like we're gonna ever have big enough to compete with them. So like, oh, okay, perfect. Then it will be a GPL3 binding. Congratulations, I am become GPL3. This is my Codeberg account, by the way. Feel free to check out my best program of all time, Gesture 2. This was a failed attempt at what we're doing now. I wrote part of it in Fortran because I like Fortran. And I was kind of learning Fortran for a bit. I had my Fortran arc, but my Fortran arc ended when I realized C++ is a horrible language, and then made this thing. And then just stopped doing Fortran. And then create what is this called? D-Lang binds. I have my dad's Fortran punch cards from when he was in college. Okay. Nice. enter short description. A binding for HSA. Yeah, for HSA runtime. Yeah, I like that. That's good. A binding, a delaying binding. Since we rewrote it in delaying, let's go ahead and slapticate a good license on here. Damn, dude, they got hella licenses, but we want the ones that are good, aka the GPL v3. Where's my GPL 3 license? Interface exception? Slap GPL 3 only on there. Congratulations, I like GPL v3. It's absolutely fantabulous. I don't think it's ready for a release. What the fuck, GPL? What do you mean? Why, oh, I guess there's chat delay. Create repository. Debind HSA RT. License and readme. Oh shit, I forgot to add files. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, what WTFPL? I forgot to upload the files. Unredacts the files. There we go. Delaying, it's in dJesus. Bind HSA.d. Oh really, we have a license in there? Let's go ahead and delete that, because we don't need that anyway. Also kfish, so that way everything is in there. Yeah, commit changes. What distro do you use again? Oh, I use Arch, by the way. You wanna know how you can tell? Look at the guy in the background. Alright, I think that's enough of looking at that. What a beautiful image. How do you think of my background? If you like it enough, I can show you the other ones too, but it will cost us a lot of time if I show them all. You know what I did see was this funny one. What was that one OS we saw yesterday, bro? And it had that one background with like the lady in it. He's dying right now. I hit him with the Arch meme and he wasn't ready for it. But you know, he isn't ready for the Linus Torvalds one. And then the Architure Labs. And then the Todd Arch. And also this one, but I didn't make that one, so that one's less cool. And then ArchVidia, of course. ArchVidia, but then I have my Radeon GPUs on top of it. We're keeping Mr. Blackwell at bay, running my non-NVIDIA GPUs on top of his screen. Let's go ahead and I forgot to upload the files. What a funny thing. Bro, I forgot to upload, or the files joke is never ending, the best joke of the 2026 age. What am I doing again? I was gonna remove that one thing that's like really dumb that we don't need. All right, let me use something really smart to do that. Fucking Jester. God damn.
Every modern Java program I see embeds its logic in an exaggerated choose-your-own adventure model where the decision to create a jump text occurs in one-word increments. EDR. 36 in Jester. 1 C++ 33 in. Why was the C++ programmer kicked out of school? He didn't know how to handle exceptions. Maggie Nephew SMA. 0 M.
Cool. So there's all these functions, and I need to go through and test all of them. So we have init, which works. Shutdown, which I assume works as well. And we'll find out if they don't work. Because, I don't know, I assume they do something important. Probably like how OpenGL has init. You know, like, you can't run GL without initializing it. So I assume it's kind of the same with HSA. And I think making assumptions like that is how we're going to find out later on that things don't work that way. And then I'll learn something in the process. So we have HSA get system info, which is a system info T. And there is a status T, which you can pass, but the system info T, what even is a system info T? There is no string option for that. So here we have HSA status string. Let's go back into their source code. And check out the, not that, I don't care anymore. We've looked at the license and it had nothing interesting for us. Because we wrote a binding, so it's a binding. It's not the same thing. We need to look for string HSA API string of 2Gs. Oh, there's a few of these instances. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Null terminated string HSA ISA from name. And this is takes a const char name. Okay, so that's a interesting thing. This is also really well documented inside of here, which is like something I really don't like either. It's the reason why this source is like 8 bajillion lines long, is because they have a paragraph for every single function inside of here. Like, no joke. Even the enumerations have a massive, I guess if we have a value return from these, which the first two return null, so it doesn't really matter too much. I guess it doesn't really mean too much, because they return their type, but that's just a uint anyway usually, and this one doesn't. Has permission T. I guess that one doesn't need to be uint, or didn't take well to it. Here we're finding the flaws in my code. These need to be declared as uint, so that way they have a value when they're returned as a value, but they should have that already. It's just better to specify it, because then it knows what it wants to be, not chooses. An HSA device, CPU, GPU, or DSP. I don't know what a DSP is, but it sounds fun. I think the first thing we need is an agent, but we'll do those in a bit, because there's also error checking first. Let's try adding in HSA system info T, HSA get info, this one. Let's take this, just copy it to my main program to test and figure out what it does. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really remember much of what I read, other than like it's mostly just specification stuff about a bunch of cubes that exist, and then you got slices, segments, some other stuff going on, kernargs, memory access, and that's like as far as I've read stuff about like how things can access global and memories and things. And then my brain hurts, and I'm like, ah, yes. But it's really high level stuff. It hurts my brain, but it's also simple. So once an HSA system info T attribute with a void pointer to value, which the void pointer I guess gets updated. What is the void pointer? Or maybe the value would be what? Let's see if there's information on their side. System underscore get underscore info. Attribute HSA system info T attribute void value. Brief, get the current value of a system attribute. Parameter in attribute degree. Value pointer, an application allocated buffer where to store the value of the attribute. If the buffer passed by the application is not large enough to hold the value of p attribute, this behavior is undefined. I'm also really curious about the string thing, which I think is just for like debugging maybe. Shut down the HSA runtime. Okay, and then we also have initializes it. Initializes the HSA runtime if it is not already initialized, and increases the reference counter associated with the HSA runtime for the current process. Invocation of the HSA function with the HSA runtime for the current process invocation of the HSA function other than HSA init results in undefined behavior. The function has been executed successfully. Count reaches int 32 max, so we're okay to use the uint part. Alright. Scrolling up. Query additional information about a status code. Param in status code. Ah, so we're using them wrong, I think. But they take a status T. Status string, a null-terminated string that describes the status. Alright. Let's see what these are. That's the current status. The HSA runtime failed to allocate. I mean, HSA get system info. I'm sure we can. What are the HSA system info T's though? We don't have really any of those that we're looking at. System info T, HSA status T, and I think everything after this will start becoming those status T's. Okay, we have another one. Extension supported. So a status T. Get system info T. The status T one. It's got extension identifier, version major, minor. Oh, okay, so a uint 16. Oh wait. Finalizer extension. So that'd be 0. So since we have an enum that comes before that in the code, we should be able to just write out HSA extension finalizer to check if that's supported. That would go in the first one of that. Let's just do that one first. Since I think this one is like this one, but for debugging the system info teas. So we'll use the HSA, the other HSA one, HSA status T, HSA API, but not theirs. We'll use mine. Do I even have that one? No, I do. I have two of them actually. Get extension table, and I'll read what that one does. That sounds interesting as well. System extension supported. So we'll copy this. We'll just do 3 of these since there's only, looks like there's only 3 different ones. System extension supported. uint16t extension, so it wants the extension. And we'll just put in the enumeration for, let's try out finalizer. Let's try out the AMD profiler, which should work. Wowie. It's very early in the morning. I like programming. I like programming. Oh, tired. Owie. Version major. What would that be? What is the version major? So let's see. Version major, major version number. What would that be? Major version of the HS runtime attributes. But I don't know what that'd be. Endianness, type defs. There is no section. Version major. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what that'd be. Let's see though. Maybe there's more. Ret value, return value success. Function has been successfully. Oh, this returns a status as well. Interesting though. It would return a status. I guess if it returns a status, you can either set something else equal to it or use it to initialize something, or use it to no, there's 2 ways of doing it, but like pass through function or the other way. So like either we could take status and set it equal to that. Status equals that, but the problem is that's a const char pointer, but that should be possible. I don't think it'd be possible in the D code to do it, but through the binding it would be possible. Which it returns has a bool result. And why does it need what is a version major in a minor number? So like, major version supported by the implementation of this, or implementation. The type of this attribute is uint16. The type of this attribute is uint16. But these are like just 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Unless it just passes it off as these. Oh, we'll just take this and shove it in there. Sure, it will work. Actually, maybe it just wants a. We'll just put those in there. I'm sure this will work. You can trust me, bro. Bool result. We need a bool pointer for that, so let's make a bool pointer. Call it res. What you building? So I just finished my binding for HSA, and then I'm writing a D-Lang GPU kernel. So it's a I'm on very weird mode in life. Most people would write a GPU kernel in C, but I've written it in D-Lang, and then I'm gonna run it on HSA because I think that's a cool idea. So, and then we'll see what happens from there. It could do something interesting. Bind HSA. Let's see. I think it's a great idea, honestly. Writing it in D-Lang. You know, it'd be interesting if someone wrote a GPU kernel in Rust, but I don't know if they can even do that because they're too busy vibing it. Me, I just read the docs a couple times. Any efficiency advantages? I don't know. I don't know. You have to bind to HSA. I think that's, but that's like expected. I'm pretty sure this is a C binding that they have written here, or a C wrapper. I just made the same thing basically, but then redid everything in D. So like pretty much the same. You just write it in D and extern it as C. So all their enumeration and all of their stuff, it's enumerated as C, and that means it will pretty much compile down to C, but have the foreign function interface available. So then you can take these, since it defines what they are in C-Lang, and D-Lang can now understand them. It's kind of a interesting. But there's some interesting stuff that goes on, like when you have an enum, you don't do a type def enum and then have two different things going on there, where you got one for debug and the other one for not debug. Like there's some structs in here. Type def enum, and then they do the name at the end, but here we do the name first and then that. So D-Lang's got an interesting syntax compared to C-Lang. You'll notice that the structs are like this, and I don't do symbol S, I just do symbol T. So a lot of stuff with that. The types are just the biggest difference. Otherwise, it's just saying what stuff is. Then the kernel I compiled for it, which is already done, should support my architecture. Although this is untested, and I also still don't know how to even put this into effect. We're just testing out the bindings today. And then tomorrow, hopefully, we'll get to the fun stuff. Tighter execution enough times, and you get speed 2. Let's see. I'm going to try SCPing this over to Radeon land. SCP main.d to myself. Two, 3, 7 in it. Yeah, like if it is running only one thread and no debug thread in parallel. It's It's more efficient than 50% in that moment. I think that's where I need to put it. Home/D Jesus. It's not that it alone could really be measured. Yeah, no, I don't really know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know a lot of the questions you're asking me. I'm very much super beginner. I think this is, well, I'm not super beginner, but kind of beginner. I don't know. I've been doing this for like 10 months ish. Every time somebody asks me, I just add another month. So that must have been asked 9 times. No, we don't want to reboot. We want to compile. We need to send the compile command to the server. Should be in Kfish. We want the second one. And then you know what I want to make is a demake. But enough examples of that in complicated enough code, and you feel that. Bing, 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 bing. HSA extension profile and AMD profiler. I guess it's because I'm using those. Let's try putting the number 2. Yeah, let's just put numbers there. It's really weird, but yeah, let's put numbers. So we'll do 2. I think they're on, we'll be on the latest version. Let's just put 2, and then let's just put 0, and then we'll have res, and then we'll do res.writeLN using reverse function call syntax. I love that. And then we'll SCP it back to NVIDIA tab, but not NVIDIA land. We're going to Radeon world. It's like Disneyland, but better. I'm ready for NVIDIA Jensen to open up NVIDIA world. I used to code in the 80s and 90s, then did music, but now back to making AI and vibe coding it with it. But I know basic Turbo Pascal, Fortran, Modula 2, Java, C++. I got ideas in logic. Yeah, that's actually hella cool because we looked at like Modula 2 for one of my videos at one point. I looked at like just like a Wikipedia article about it. It got a reference. Or was it Modula 3 or something? It's kind of got a similar syntax to Fortran from what I saw, but I didn't look too far. Oh, it compiled. Cool, let's see if it works. Null, null, null. I think that's what we expect the results to be, except this should either be true or false. Something is going wrong. Quite interesting. Streetlights still run on Fortran? Nah, Fortran's good. I don't doubt that. Fortran is amazing. If you want something that's easy to write, easy to learn, Fortran. That's where it's at. I think I don't understand the API. I think that's where I'm failing here. Probably don't understand the API, but this is a bool pointer. So then the actual... Try it in reverse. Res. I'll go over to the server and just do it there. Pointer to res. Technically, we could take the address. Segmentation fault. Good! That's a lot better of a result. Let's see. Using universal function call syntax is not really supported for this. But that's a good sign that it dumped that. Did a core dump. I like that. That's actually pretty nice. Let's see. Let's rewrite a lot more of it. I was thinking I was going to do a lot more dimming over there. HSA status string, and then we have the HSA shutdown status, and then status.writeLN. Yeah, well, let's just do writeLN and pointer to status. Let's remove all of this because I think that gives a segmentation fault. I'm so OCD, I made a program that takes my downloads, fixes the file name, re-encodes it, intelligently decides when to use subtitles, fixes all the metadata, and automatically sorts everything. Saves me so much time. One button. I mean, yeah, that's where it's at. If you like keeping all of your like folders and stuff clean, or well, directories clean. Not really folders. If you like keeping stuff clean and not messy, that's where it's at. Just write a program to do it. Let's see what status equals. I wonder if we need to do a double pointer or if we can just point to status. Maybe it's because I did a pointer to thing that's a... we'll find out. But let's see if we can just get something to happen with this. Let's see what we can do. That's what I like. We haven't really sent anything over. Let's send it. I like to send things over the network. But yeah, I'm not expecting this to work. The fact that I got it to compile yesterday is crazy. Alright, just Vim it. Just forgot to put semicolons on the end of stuff. That's pretty typical. Switching my function calling syntax. Compiles. Core dumped main. Let me think about what we need to do for like 5 minutes. Maybe LDC2-H. Just start reading for a bit. Actually, I'll just do that on my main system at this point. Yeah, it does. Movies, TV shows, animated movies, and TV shows, music, YouTube downloads, and working on another for pictures, books, etc. LDC2-H. There should be a section with like verbose mode or like giving us unit tests and stuff. -- version, linker flags. All the fun stuff is in the linker, I think. That's where all the fun stuff is. Linking. Debugging things. Vibe coding is fun. I just got to teach it to do what I would have done in deterministic logic. Then tell it what language to use. Easy ports. I don't know. I don't think like... I think nowadays just like a lot of people who just start out like that. And I don't want to start out like that. I want to start out learning everything. And then once I really know everything, then maybe look at that and then go. But I think by that point, I don't know. I'll just be so cracked at programming that I might as well just keep writing it until I'm like, yeah, this part's mundane. I need to... Well, looks like we got ourselves a linker. Yeah, I enjoy linking programs. That's the best part. Honestly, linking is fun. And compiling. I don't know. Compiling? D doesn't have a preprocessor like C. That's an interesting thing, by the way. So that means you lose out on the C macros, which I've just recently learned about because I don't really know much C. But doing this binding has helped me learn a little bit more C, and that's something I wanted to learn was more C stuff. I learned about like type defs and things. D Jesus, by the way. Oh, D Jesus. D Jesus. Alright, I'll remember that. --f profile generate. Generate instrumented code to collect runtime profile into default.profile. Very nice. So I could probably make it profile guided too. Specifying non-ASCII tables for import C identifiers. Import C is interesting. C99 UAX31. All. The least restrictive set. I bet if you use all, it takes longer to compile. I bet that's a thing. M32 and 64 are interesting. Yeah, if you know a few languages, you can leverage the languages for how they execute the logic. Some do things better than others. You keep up with on language strengths without needing syntax. Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest thing is like the different like libraries and things you have access to with different languages. Fortran has like definitely a large science community, so you get like access to a lot of their libraries. But then also you get access to Fortran makes it really easy to write like a lot of like whiteboard equations almost. I feel like anything you could write like on a whiteboard, I think you could write it in Fortran super easy. But that's also comes from the name formula translation language. And then C is nice because everything uses C. So if you know C, you can interface with like everything. And if you can read C, that's even better because then you can be like, well, I know what this code means. You don't need to know C to read C because I know D and I can read C kind of. I didn't know what a macro was, but you can just kind of pick up the little things like macros and stuff. Preprocessor is definitely something interesting because obviously we don't have that in D. But that's more like, that's what is it called? Like meta programming? That's what I've heard at least. I can't read. Yeah, same. I can't read if the font is smaller than the standardized size of 24 inches. I need 24-inch font, please. Linker flag. Wow, what was I doing again? I'm trying to figure out why it doesn't work. That is a interesting thing. Right ln status. I wonder if we just wrote status, what it would give us, and not a status pointer. Because we were doing status dot whatever. I wonder if that's part of the issue. But I think if you don't do the pointer, they can't really do too much. Null. So it returns two nulls. But I don't think that's the expected result. I need 24 inches? Yeah, man. It's going in the clip. I need 24 inches. Whoa, buddy. I need 10 gallons of Monster a day. It's important. What? Wait, you said most languages are based on BASIC, but some languages have pipelines like how? No. I don't think the most languages are based on BASIC. I mean, I guess if the syntax looks kind of similar, I haven't seen basic syntax, but maybe if it's imperative, maybe if it was the first imperative language, but I'm pretty sure Fortran was like the first imperative one that actually is like good. It was like the third, what was it called? It was like the third programming language to ever come into existence. It came after speed type. Show me one that doesn't have if, then, else, print, or run. I mean, everything has print, if, then, else, or run. You kind of need those. Well, but not run. I don't know about run. Maybe something else. But that's... now I need to look into basic. Now you got me thinking what basic even looks like. The only basic I've seen is TI-86 calculator basic. If I5, then 100. So like a Fortran imperative style, I think. Is this Fortran kind of imperative? HP 2000 system. Damn, that looks like it would be great if it was Dell PowerEdge. I'm sorry, I'm making fun of ancient computers. We can't do that. Train basic every day. Reads the poster, bottom center, in a Russian school. Of course. IBM PC compatibles. Is that... Oh. Look up Commodore 64 or Amigas. Dude, you're saying every building is based off the first building because they use the same materials. I feel like 90% of shit nowadays is based off of C. Like back in like the early days of programming, nothing was based on anything. It's just like some guy wrote up some compiler and like, damn. Nerd gatekeepers are here. How is he gatekeeping though? But I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Basic. Like I haven't seen much basic. What OS is this? This OS is pretty. I like this. Is this old Windows? Or this is IBM OS? Next, maybe? Maybe it's Java OS. Solitaire. Oh, it's Russian. What is Otrodaka or some shit? Prosmatra. And some other shit. I can't read Russian super good. Fape? Look at all this basic that this Russian guy wrote. Okay, imperative. Kind of. Public board as new object. Is it object-oriented too? F game area? Done something? I don't know. Russia OS though. Russian Windows. Damn, that's actually hella cool. Gambus is an object-oriented of the dialect of the programming language. Old GNOME. That is before IBM or Windows, 1980s. Oh, full screen. That's GNOME. I mean, IBM was around, but not in the home PC market. Old GNOME. I want to find out what OS this is, so I can LARP it on my Odroid M1S. By the way. Very interesting. I feel like this is pretty interesting. I wouldn't say that languages are based off of BASIC, but I would say that languages might have derived from it. So I think that's just I think you just used the wrong terminology, but like we're kind of saying the same thing. Calculators are interesting though, and I've been thinking about doing an episode on these. Because TI basic, hella cool, but I don't have the thing. Hard to tell the OS, but that's GNOME. Yeah, this is just so cool though. It's like old GNOME, like Russia GNOME. I need this in my life. It's vibing, bro. It's a vibe. Var log, my PR mono, solitaire. Nothing that really. Oh, it is GNOME. It's ancient. It's early 2000s GNOME right there, or 90s GNOME. I see the foot, so we know it's GNOME. Now it's made to look like Windows 2K/95. Red Star North Korean OS. You can tell the window decorations and the foot. Interesting. So it's GNOME with Windows 95/2000 decorations. This guy was he was LARPing before the LARP OS exists. He was LARP maxing back then. Basic set the first standardized set language commands and each based on deterministic logic. Everyone else is basing my comment on the compiler. Let's just let them wave their flags. I got code older than them. I don't know. I'm not on the topic anymore. I mean, I just know that C is like the foundation of everything nowadays. I think C is what matters, but most things compile to C, most things run on C. But back then, I'm sure things were different, and I don't know. I'm just gonna shut up and not even think about it. Let's see. We were trying to solve why it does a core dump. So why would it do a core dump? And I think part of that would be if it can't successfully. Well, it's trying to call a program over CABI, which is an interesting thing. That is most likely to lead to a core dump or a segmentation fault because the C program can't return the error. So that's probably partially what it is. That the C program can't return the error. But then the question is, why? Why can't the C program return the error? Maybe I'm externing this too soon because we don't have that available to the program. So let's get rid of that. It doesn't need to know about that yet specifically. Let's try that out. See if that does anything. Otherwise, we'll have to dig even deeper. Bro, I just realized I didn't change that on my other one. I fixed it last time, but I didn't fix it here. Alright, so /main. Null. Let's try vim main. Let's see what it throws this time. Segmentation fault, core dumped. Let's try ls/opt/rockm/lib. Control B. Oh, I just did the wrong one. We're looking for HSA. Otherwise, it's a version 1. They also have open mi open, lib mi open. Okay. Let's see. We could also do an OBJ dump on that. Let's OBJ dump something today. Rockham slash let's see. What was this in lib? I think it was lib. Slash lib. Lib HSA 64.so. Yeah. Okay, so it's dash T. I did it again. Me not use tmux enough. It's a good thing we're using it today. Text. Lots of name mangling from C++ or something. Wavefront get info. Alright, that's interesting as well. I think I could just write the binding without even doing too much from this. Interop unmap handler. Like if I don't know, I think something's wrong with my binding, but I couldn't tell you what. AMD register. Damn, bro, you got hella stuff. I think maybe I binded to the wrong variant. AMD GPU BO query info. Lots of name mangling. We'd have to just put in the one that says demangle, but I don't think we need to worry about the C++ stuff. Only really that matters is the C, because the C is the interface that we're looking for. Signal and SC acquire. ISA iterate wave fronts. Expansion supported. But yeah, there is definitely C interface in this library. Oh my god, bro, it's huge. I mean, I don't know what I expected. It's of course it's huge. Telecode in that thing. Alright, Q. That's enough looking at all of that. We're not really gonna get too much of it. Let's see. Saying he didn't know was more right than you because he mentioned Fortran. What? Which is what they used as a basic reference for basic. Well, yeah, I mean, I said about Fortran. Fortran's like literally what all imperative languages derive from. Besides the thing that came before Fortran, but speed code or whatever it is. Speed code. Who uses speed code? Who knows about speed code? What? Which is what they use as a reference for basic in the history of important languages. LMFAO. The Wikipedia literally says the OS. It's Ubuntu 8.1. Ubuntu 8.1. Damn, bro, that's actually really cool. Huh. So, What's my next steps? Let's see. Man, I don't know how to solve the problem, but how to debug is the correct question of all time. Maybe I'm calling things before HSA in it. Let's look at HSA example codes. They have a ref in the reference. HSA Foundation reference codes. Heterogeneous system organization. Runtime programmers reference manual. Let's go down to this code snippets. Should be a section with code snippets we can reference. HSA extension T. Type def enum. Oh, these are those? Oh, did I just... I wonder if I could rewrite the entirety of the HSA libraries, but just turn it all into D-Lang. Write a program to translate shitty C into D. Shitty C to better D. Yes, that will be the future. We have better C, but why not have better D as well? HSA notification API. GNOME before it got ruined. I'm saying, bro, anytime I used Odroid with GNOME desktop, I was like, God damn it. Does Odroid have anything new, actually? I'm getting so distracted, but I really would like a new Odroid to add to my collection. My Odroid compute collection. New Odroids. I think the newest one they have is the H5. M2 8GB RAM. Those are kind of old. I already have like a few of these. I got the 8GB variant. I'm pretty sure. Released in 2008. You know what's really cool though is the Orange Pi. What are you even using Odroids for? I set up this CC on them. I don't know. It's just cool to have them. Honestly, they're like thin clients. I think that's what I would use them for. If I had to use them for something practical, I'd be like, this is a thin client. This right here, easy thin client. Thin client, Ubuntu. That's what they'll be used for in my data center. When we build my beautiful FOSS data center plan. That's what we'll do. Because we have 5 of them. We have 5 Odroid M2s, 1 Odroid M1S. And so we just have the Odroid M2s set up to run this CC right now. And then it's kind of complicated. And it still is complicated because I still need to compile GCC so that way I can have the correct version on my Odroid M1S, which we installed Arch Linux on, which is one of the hardest things to install Arch Linux on of all time. It is in fact very difficult to do due to the low level of support for the RK3566 chipset. And I spent months trying to install Arch on it, and then I found a forum post that had the exact procedure to the T, exact procedure. That is recent. So that was a really interesting stream. I think this is more of like what the API is. Return values. Signature values, return values. Query if a given version of the extension is supported by the HSA implementation. This is just what is in the docs. What's the other ones though? Programmer's Reference Manual. I think we want this one. The other one goes over the specifications about what we're actually doing, not how to use it, which I've already read about HSAIL, which is just their virtual language. And yeah, this is the model they have. And so you have a grid, and it's like it breaks down into like kernels, and then the kernels break down into different dimensions. So you got an X, Y, and Z, and that's called a work group. Is the sum of 3 dimensions basically, and then you have a plane, and then you got actually it's called a wavefront, and then you got a row, and a row contains work items, but they call the row a lane. So that's their terminology. Work items, work item IDs. Goes over access, scalable parallel computing. This one's a little different from the other one. I've been reading the wrong one. I've been reading the HSA runtime. So I've been reading this stuff about the actual program itself and not actually how to use the API for it. But that's fine, because it's pretty much the same up to here, I think, and there. And they don't put as many of stuff like... Actually, that was another one. A lot of this is just the same between the two, I think. But I think what changes is once we get to that one section. Got addressing, shared virtual memory. Something they explain is that it's kind of like how computers have cores and threads, but they have a different model for how they do it, to where like the it's different. Like it's like they add an extra layer past threads, which is how they explained it. It's like an extra layer past threads, but it's I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting. It's something to think of. HSAIL examples. Vector translated into HSAIL. OpenCL vec add kernel entry. The hello world of data parallel processing is a vector add. Suppose the high-level compiler has identified a select version of code containing a vector add operation as shown below. So global const float A, global const float pointer B, and global const float pointer C. Get our global thread ID int ID equals get global underscore ID. Make sure we do not go out of bounds. Okay. And then if the code below is the possible translation into HSAIL module, and this is C++, I think. I don't know why they have a module, but or maybe C has modules. Does C have modules? I don't know. That's something I don't know. I should know that though. Module pointer vector add :1:1. That's C++. It's got too many colons. C can't possibly have that many colons. And here's pointer OpenCL vec add kernel. Transpose translated into HSAIL. And that's their assembly. Oh wait, that's why it doesn't make much sense. It's HSail assembly. It's not the actual HSail language. This is a interesting thing. So the way they do it, it's a runtime. So it's a HSail is a runtime. That means there's a layer between this, and that's called the HSA intermediate language, which is this. It's basically their version of assembly for devices. So very interesting stuff, because AMD doesn't want you to know their assembly, but it's fine if HSA makes a version that we can use. That's a runtime, and that's okay. You found a forum post? No, we're reading a documentary. Hella documentation. Syntax and semantics. But also, it's kind of interesting because it calls it with like other stuff. I wonder how they assemble that or how they run that on HSA runtime. I hope I don't have to write that in my code, because I hate writing assembly, and if I have to write HSIL, I'm going to be like, damn bro, I have to do this now. Text in binary format. So this chapter describes the text format, and then there's also a binary format. So the text format, I bet, uses like the finalizer that they talk about a lot. For more information about Brig, see Brig HSail binary format. The HSA runtime finalizer operates on the Brig format. An application can use HSA runtime to generate code objects for HSail that include kernel agents. The lifespan is split into 3 stages: finalization, loading, and execution. Creates code objects, uses code objects, and creates kernel dispatch packets. Alright, that's pretty simple. Oh, it's raining outside, I can hear it. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. Finalization optional HSA finalizer extension API HSA module T HSA extension program _T memory blob or disk file, and then HSA executable finalization. Too much for me to read right now. I'm not reading on stream. I just want to see show me the source code, bro. That's what I want to see. Where's the source? Execution. Actually, this is probably all important, but if we need it, I'll go back, but I won't know if I need it. I think this is all about how it interprets stuff going into it from a text file, how it parses the text file and all of that. Easiestly described using flowchart. Instruction. Multiply by 4, reads array, and add something. Damn, dude, I'm hella tired right now. Let's see if anybody else has tried bindings. See what other people have done. Look at okay. The primary implementation for the D language bindings for HSA runtime is HSA.jl, which is actually a Julia project maintained by Julia GPU, not D. I like that. What does Julia have to do with D-Lang? This is all unrelated. Oh, is this a Rust binding? Bindings for Rust? Show me the source code. ISA.rs? Wait, you need to have all of those? I thought you just need HSA. Oh, wowie. C string. How do you write in this language? The fucking... What? How the fuck? God damn, it takes the worst parts of C++ and puts them together with the fucking... How do people write in this? Puts them together with 4 layers of fucking abstraction. Impl. What is an impl type? I see X turn C. That's pretty good though. X turn C. Symbol list callback. Wow. Deprecated pub function name. God damn it. I've delved into Rust and now I hate my life. Rust. What the fuck? Rust evil. Public archive. Archived by the owner. It is now read-only. It is read-only, by the way. What? Source code binding. $11 years ago? HSA wrappers.j. Function HSA. I like this language. This is not bad. HSA status T and then status string. Shutdown init. Pretty much the same shit I have. This is the wrapper. I have all the same things. I don't have... Well, I have to have these, but they don't seem to have those. And I think this is a really good binding because they take all the functions and put them in one. I think they might put the enum somewhere else. But they also have a lot of register stuff for memory. That's a lot more than I had, but also I don't remember everything I put in there. Convenience constants, so maybe their own implementations. They have begin function and like a bunch of other stuff. Pretty interesting. Agent info, agent T. Wasn't there another HSA runtime binding? HSA.h, HSAQ, HSA signal. Okay, I think the only one we need is the HSA.h file, the header file, which we have. But it doesn't go. So segmentation fault. why. I wonder if I just need to take my program and just... 'cause I don't know if I can figure out why that is the case. Let's see. What does, This is the lowest of lows. Paste. What did I do wrong? God, tell me what I did wrong today. Missing binding library? I wrote my own binding. Status string usage. You're passing the result, which is correct for the status code, but you're passing status a const pointer in D to receive it. You must a const char variable. Huh? Oh wait, that's just because I'm dumb. So const char pointer is the correct one. Thank you. God, well actually. So wait, why is it a const char pointer though? Let's go read up on C interrupt then, since I'm doing it wrong. Const char pointer. There should be a section in the C interrupt section. We'll have to read this now, so I can atone for my sins today. Go read the fucking delaying docs. Here we go, forum posts. Hi all, I'm playing with D2 Phobos. I was wondering the right way to convert between const char pointer and string is. I could use two strings and from strings from tango.stc strings. This is old though, and that's because now it's actually just, I think it's standard D.2 strings.toString or something along those lines. Standard.string 2 strings. So you would use a const char pointer, and then you could use toString to convert to a D string if you really needed to. I think what it would do is take apart the letters of char of the actual result we get from that. We're gonna try out const char pointer status and then right line status. See if we can pull that this time. I didn't read all of the fucking slop, so all I know is that I need a const. We're on the right track now. That's what I needed. Let's see. Oh, did I verify that I fixed that part? Like a jackass, I did not. Wowie. Nice. Good job. I don't want to OBJ dump today. I don't want to OBJ dump today. It expects a const char pointer. That's the problem, it's my binding as well now. Because my binding doesn't use that. So I need to go into my HSA binding and go up to like here and instead use a const char pointer like a sensible person. Alright, there we go. So I got my binding. I need to SCP that over now. Let's verify that there was no other faults to this. Main.d status string. Const char pointer. Char pointer. Const char pointer. Pointer. All the pointers. Okay, we're gonna do some slight adjustment. Okay, so it should be good. We just got SCP it over. Bind underscore HSA.d Making some huge progress today. Ah, look, /main. Null. I have made the adjustment, now it returns null. Huh. So the const card pointer is what it wanted, but it doesn't return anything. But it was throwing a segmentation fault before. Maybe... Oh, right. We need to vim it and add an asterisk first. So if we add an asterisk, it will throw a segmentation fault. What did I just do? Oh, right. Asterisk. We could also do a pointer to the address. Standard CIO. Right, what is a standard CIO? Core.standard. Core.standard standard CIO. It's standard DCIO. And we can just import printf. Standard C, not IO. But there is a standard IO section for the ceiling. Let's see though. Let me pull up the D-Lang web documentation. Language reference. Actually, we want the library reference, but that's not what I wanted. Give me the library reference, please. Yes, library reference. We're going to reference the core. There's a section for C. C++ section. Gee, we don't care about. Standard DIO. So I have it written correctly on the other one. Escape, shift, ZZ. Alright, then we do /main, core dumped. Alright, and then we can do vim.v. And I think it fails at the initialization phase, or just running the HSA status. Insert printf, and then we'll insert the... Oh god, what have I done wrong? What have I done wrong today? Nothing. Bam, 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 bam. Let's just do HSA shutdown at the end. Alright, then we can just LDC it. Oh wow. Null. Okay. So it's not a problem of that. I thought %s is for okay, /n. Insert /n. That's backwards. Vim main.d. ldc2 main.d. Let's try that. Okay, there we go. Got a new line. Null. So the HSA bindings weren't right though. That's like this thing. Man, it's one of those days, bro. Thinking. Thank you. Please think for longer. Has several issues. Yeah. Yeah, it has several issues. HSA status T status. Okay. This is not right. But, oh. But why? Huh. How the hell? So how do you get a status? That's not right. What? That's not right at all. HSA underscore init. HSA underscore shutdown. Return status T, but not pointers. Where do you say they're not getting pointers? Because the pointers from the HSA status T string returns a const_char pointer, not a status code. Which you're assigning the result to a pointer. And then passing that pointer function again, which is incorrect. What do you mean passing that pointer function again is incorrect? Status T status, and then status equals HSA init. Wait, so you don't even need a status string feature? Oh, am I confused? But you don't need a, you don't even, apparently we could just take that. But let me go ahead and try that again. I actually haven't tried that yet. Hold on. Wait, so they just imports an HSA status T. But you know what we could do, because this returns a status T, just write ln. And then remove that. And of course we know HSA init returns a status T anyway. So why not write ln? Create our own handle for that, and so we can use a high-level D-lang stuff. Remove all references to that real quick, just to see what it does. This is our code. We're not going to follow AI entirely. However, in this case, I think it was justified because I have no fucking clue what I was doing. Anyway, get this shit out of here. Simple enough. This has guided my technology towards HSA init to just be HSA init.writeln. I don't think we really need the HSA T status string or whatever the hell. Fucking, I don't think you need this. This is, I don't know. const_char pointer, maybe, I don't know. But we need to SCP over the file and then compile it. Let's focus on that. Where on earth did my SCP foundation go? Hopefully I didn't break anything. Because we're gonna find out if I have to fucking vim it again. Ooh! It wrote stuff. Oh my god, it writes stuff. Perfect. Status success. We just successfully bound to it and got it to init. Alright. Thank you, Mr. GPTs, today for making this episode slop. Oh my god, bro. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna get my ukulele and apologies. Get this out of here. We don't need to worry about the string bullshit. Let's go ahead and add a comment. To do. I don't know why we need this, comma, just dot write ln if it returns a type. By the way, I use Arch. This will end it up in the final build. I like that comment right there. My new favorite comment. To do, I don't know why this is needed. I don't write code, I write comments. The documenter's lifestyle. HSA init. Okay, so we have HSA init, that works. Let's try out some of the other HSA flavors. It's like vapes. I know hella people who do vape, and there's hella flavors out there. And Bind HSA has hella flavors of, like this is the cotton candy flavor right here. HSA, system init C, some other shit. System get info HSA status T, and it returns a system info T. So expects a void pointer value and then some other stuff. To what these are, I'm not sure. The void pointer, probably a void pointer for a function, but I don't know what that function would be. System info T attribute. So I guess you'd put like 0 to get the version. Let's try that out in main.d. Let's put what language? This looks like C++. Is this? No, this is not C++. This is D-Lang, by the way. But since you said C++, wait, why isn't it talking? Wait, what? Oh, I broke Jester? Is Jester broken? Oh my god. Yo, D-Lang? Oh. Underrated gem? Yeah, I love D-Lang. I'm the D programmer of all time. Sorry, I think I broke Jester. He's supposed to yell these at you. But C++ will do for C what Algol68 did for Algol. I consider C++ the most significant technical hazard to the survival of your project, and do so without apologies. Alistair Cockburn. D-Lang is so good. I love D-Lang. Oh, I just closed the other one as well. Yo, what's up? Oh, but now he wants to work. And he chose the biggest one.
The intended audience for this snapshot is experienced swing developers with a moderately high tolerance for pain.
We like Java too, but C++ we hate Java. We hate C++.
For pain. 36 in gesture. C++ 33 in. To use have been banned. COBOL, PLI, Haskell, Ada, C++. The languages have been those that were designed for their own creators. C.
Perl. What is that? I'd? Kate? I like Kate. Kate's awesome. K Advanced Text Editor, by the way. So we have HSA get system or system get info, HSA system info T. So that's gonna be a value that can be a uint. I think I could technically define it as something else, but I'm unsure at this time. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Also, the D-Lane compiler separation from GDC slash LDC 1 to 2 is one of the main is the main problem with C++ or C++. Dash better C being the only way to not rely on GC is also kind of bad. Yeah, I agree with that. Better C is such an interesting subset because it's really interesting. Like I don't know. Every time I code in better C, I'm like, what am I even writing? Because then it's like, will this compile? Will it rely on the GC or not? Will I have to see? I think better C you just have to write without anything. The only example I have is this, which is a template I wrote with better C, and it compiles for the LDC2-C M triple AMD GCN AMD. So this is an M triple for the AMD HSA and AMD GCN. Dash M CPU GFX 1034. I got it to compile, but who knows if it works or not. I should probably just write it in C, honestly, and it wouldn't be that hard for me to do. C isn't that far off from what this looks like. It'd be like writing probably some kind of return. At no GC being the only way to avoid is more of a patch onto me rather than being a fix. Still infinitely better than C++. Yeah, I think the only other thing, I don't know if this is kind of. I feel like it needs a preprocessor, like an optional preprocessor, rather than like the way they do it now is like interesting. Back in the day, I used Kate when I was in my Arch Linux arc, but realized that it licks the rich features of the big ideas. I now use Pulsar, a fork of Atom. That sounds cool. Maybe I'll try it out. Here's my background, by the way. I use Arch, if you couldn't tell. I'm Arch maxing right now. Truly Arch maxing. And then on my other background, I got the C++ hater background. We got Architecture Labs. We got I use FVWM3 too. Not 3.2, 3 by the way. This is NVIDIA Archvidia. Skyrim Arch, ready for the next copy. And then lastly, we have a classic ArchChan. Oh yes, I could tell my brother. I'm not like the huge fan of the preprocessor, but it definitely has its uses sometimes. Yeah, I think it 100% has its uses. Like I saw the C code for this. I'm like, what the hell is a type? And then what is this between my function and my thing? It was like HSA underscore API. And I was like, what is that? What is HSA API? Because I've never seen that before, programming mostly in D and some other weird languages like Fortran. I just got bored of ricing, so I went back to Fedora. Oh, that's fair. Honestly, if you want easy ricing, just download Cinnamon Desktop. That was like the easiest rice I've ever done. Now I got my my Sun Microsystems LARPer set up. It's just a LARP OS at that point. You will understand in the future? No, I already understand. Bro, I said I was gonna rice it out on stream in my Odroid M1S stream where we set up distcc and I didn't understand what I was doing at all because I had barely done any research. And then, you know, the next thing that happens is like, alright, I need a desktop environment. So I'm just gonna download Cinnamon and then forget about the rest of it. Oh, we need a background? Okay, we'll get a Sun Microsystems background. Oh, look, there's themes. Click on a theme, boom, I'm done. 3 steps. Took like 30 minutes total. Cooking on that. I think the other way, the D way of making an array also seems very unnecessary to me. D-lang is really good to me, but it does things a little weird sometimes. T array instead of T name array. I mean, yeah, I see that with like some of the other ones. I don't know. With like C and stuff, I like start to notice that difference. I'm like, yeah, this is weird feeling. C, it gets a little weird when you like look at C and all the other languages. What was I doing again? I lost track because I had to be a human for a little bit. Value, void pointer to value. I don't know what the void pointer is gonna be. I actually don't know what the hell this is gonna be. I didn't read the right shit. I read about the fucking cubes, bro. I read the cubes portion of it, where it's talking about memory and addressing and things, but I didn't read about that. I kind of just got an overview of the workflow. Not really the actual functions and things I need to call, but what is the void pointer for value that I need to pass? I know what the attribute's going to be. It's going to be like the number 0, and we're going to do this for all of them. We're just going to do a write ln. What are you making anyway? I'm making a binding for the HSA runtime. So that's a runtime that allows you to do workflows for AMD GPUs and other heterogeneous systems. But it's I don't know, it's not going too well. Mainly because I didn't read much of the documentation I needed. I just read some of the portions about like what is it even called? So we need a void pointer for value on both of those too. Just like I read the runtime programmer's guide, not the programmer's reference. I have no idea what are you talking about. Do you do Python live streams? No, I thought about Python. Only real serious thing I've made in D was GNU Make replacement. The most serious thing I made is this. It's an homage to Terry Davis, except it's a C++ variant of what he made. So he made God, but I made Jester. Jester is better than God because Jester will make fun of other programming languages that I might have thought were pretty stupid, but now really see the purpose in. And I actually really appreciate them that they exist. So like C++, I might say that I hate it, but I actually secretly love it under the hood. And it's like a weird relationship that I have with C++ now that I actually kind of think it might be something I do in the future because it is very useful. And then Java. But I made this to make fun of different languages. This is the most serious thing ever. Like Jester to D-Lang just spits out lines of the D-Lang from the D-Lang book. Jester to D-Lang. Use once, destroy, and it spits out a random index of lines. So this is a sequence of lines. In theory, it can actually hit the end. Also, better C invalidating the entire standard library is a terrible user experience for people needing to actually use it. I don't know. I mean, if you're gonna use better C, actually no, you're right. Yeah, better C. The only real thing you get with better C is that you can import the core for like C libraries and stuff. But like theoretically, I think better C is just for like old C programmers who know what they're doing, and then they're like, well, I want the D language syntax because I just made the transition to learning D-Lang for some reason instead of sticking with what I know, and then I still want to have all the features of C, but like with a D syntax. Not to mention the separation between compiler differences in Phobos. Like LDC changes the standard library slightly, so minor changes may come out of code implicitly. I tried C++ in the past. I quit after the first month of learning it. I am having a hard time finding another language. You got any tips? Yeah, try Dlang or Fortran. Fortran is really awesome. I love Fortran. Fortran's like the Giga Chad of programming. Fortran cooks. Also, it's used for like supercomputers, but I don't know. That's just a side note, maybe. Fortran's awesome. Dlang's easy though. Dlang, I picked it up in no time. C is pretty perfect to me, but it has a minor issues, like not having generics. Underscore generic is not generic. Not a generic, stupid GNU. So HSA system get info. So what would the void pointer be in this equation or this function? I say equation, but that's just my words speaking. Maybe the book has it. Actually, let's not go to the book. Let's go to the source code. Let's check the source code first. Let's try to do things right here. HSA system get info. So the HSA status string API is pretty much useless. We don't really need it because we can just do .write_ln and take the type anyway. The status string is not something we need either. And I don't understand how those enums get printed out, but it's like some weird magic where you just can print an enum. It's like weird to me. My brain is thinking that is a very weird thing that I can just print an enum. Bring profile. HSA profile base. Where am I at? You know, I could just system get info. Here we go. Value pointer to an application allocated buffer. Oh, okay. Also, the C/C++ interop with Dlang is very interesting because it leaves out a lot of preprocessor stuff and not being able to import header files. Yes, that was such an interesting thing with this. I saw some weird things and I didn't know what they were when I was writing my binding. Like the HSA API, for example. That thing was between the functions and stuff. And then the other thing that I saw was callbacks. And those get really weird. I just checked out Fortran and that syntax is crazy. Coming from Python. Yeah, I don't know. I like the Fortran syntax. It just makes sense. It's just words. But I don't know. There's hundreds of languages out there. I feel like if I don't know, maybe try out like some other ones. But me, I'm like a language hopper. You know, I hop languages daily to learn new things. Each language does something different, and I learn a thing. So let's void pointer for value. I guess a void pointer, we could just pass literally a void pointer, call it a buffer, and then a void pointer, call it buffer, semicolon. I don't know, pass void pointer. If this doesn't work, we'll find out. It will just explodicate. Give me a core dump, please. Alright, we'll have to do my SCP Foundation bullshit. Do I have an SCP in here? Yes. Ah. Jesus. Nice. I'll have to see what I'm doing this weekend, because I don't know yet. Error, system not callable using types int. Oh, you're gonna need to pass a uint. Argument 0 of type int to parameter is declared here. HSA system info t void value. It does not like that I put a number 1 in there. I'm guessing that HSA system info T is something that is different. It's an enum. Oh, okay. Can we pass a version info major? Hey, why not make a automatic chat reader? I saw one guy do it with Rust the other day. Screw Rust. Yeah, I hate Rust. I don't know. It's not really my thing. I don't like writing like APIs and things that hook into stuff. For me, I just like playing around with math and learning things. I'm not a real practical person. The text to speech that I have on the also, if I had, I don't know, that'd probably end up being a bad idea, but the text to speech I have on this isn't even part of Jester. It's a extension that I did in one of my streams where I downloaded a TTS software that one of my viewers told me about and was like, oh, okay, let's go ahead and set this up. And the next thing you know, we're cooking. Rust is not only very, very weird and uncomfortable to write, its memory model is so overrated, and it's overused as well. Yeah, Rust is fucking shitty. I hate Rust. Like, I looked at it today, I'm like, what the hell is this shit? I was looking at another binding somebody wrote. Somebody wrote an HSA binding in Rust, and I look at it, and I go, good God, it takes the worst features of C++ and combines them with a shittier syntax. Like, how do you do that? How do you manage to get it worse? Or just glazers? No, they're just vibers. They just vibe code it. they just vibe code it. They just let the machine run the entire time instead of learning the standard libraries, standard C libraries. Rust is the best heckin' memory safety. Okay, I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm sorry. Not all Rust programmers might be AI generators. Maybe this, I don't know. Actually, I take that back. I think they might all be. Rust buff. Paste. Just paste that in there. No. Okay, I'm gonna type it like a normal human. I am a regular human, by the way. Don't question. Holy shit! Insert mode activate. I have great mental capabilities, by the way. Alright. It's more like, Rust is the best, heckin' memory safety. Rust is supposed to be for C++ programmers. That was its intention. Yeah, but you could just use Odin, which has a less fuck-ass syntax. But also doesn't have memory safety. So, that's the downside. Or you could just use Go, or Dlang, or any other language. Hell, at that point, I'd use anything else except for Rust. I'd use Java. At that point. It's somewhat ironic hating on Rust since my language is using a borrowing checker. But I don't care since Rust wasn't the first to do borrow checking regardless. Rust is just a shitty programming language. Did I SCP it? Good job SCPing it to my SCP Foundation. We go. It does not like my HSA thingus. What if it like for eaches it? Or maybe I'm just passing it. HSA system T. Get system info. But like how do you get a system info T? Like what? Status T maybe? Or maybe we just pass the enumeration. But it doesn't want a uint. It says it wants something else. Not gonna lie, Rust is the results of shitty language being hyped by coding streamers. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's where it goes wrong. Yeah. That's where it goes wrong. Being hyped up by, well, also it's also got some other interesting stuff going on under the hood, and when you look at it, you go, Yes, this is the next Java right here. I think Rust will be as to Java as failures are to Sun Microsystems. I like Sun Microsystems in Java though, honestly. I can't hate on Java. It's actually pretty interesting. I like it. I'm about to become a Java programmer, I think. That's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to program in a dead language that will not be used anywhere for anything in the modern era. But it's a classic one. It's classic. Java is so classic. Other than Fortran. Fortran is hella. Java is way easier to use. Yep. Rust will never be the next Java. No, Rust will be the next Java. Java's a dead language. It will be the next Java. The Java of 2026. Language hopping is in its finest. The main reason that is because of Java OS. It has my attention. Java OS. I tried writing a D-Lang OS and I didn't get very far. And I just read OS dev and then just copied and pasted shit. Which is not really learning too much, but I like how we have endianness, but you don't have really a function that returns an endianness key. System info T, HSA get system info. It takes an attribute from system info T and a value. All my friends at the bank use Java 6. Java is awesome for like stuff. I know they use it at CERN. Which is also partially why it's awesome. Function HSA system get info is not callable using types int and void attribute. What does it expect an HSA system get attribute then? Because we passed an attribute and it didn't like that either. HSA system get info. It doesn't like int. I think it wants a uint. Yeah, just send it a uint. We're gonna bring out Vim today again. I love Vimming. I'm sorry. I love Vimming a lot. Insert. Actually, you can do it differently. I think you can do it potentially like this. Or it was the other way. I don't remember if that's the C way of doing it or the D way of declaring it. 32. But that's not 32. We don't need 32. We need 1. Or 0. Alright, let's try that again. C style illegal. God damn it. I gotta cast it. I figured. It's gotta be a cast. Illegal C style. A uint void. Okay, that's good. Void pointer. To cannot pass cast uint 1 of type uint to parameter HSA system info T attribute. Bind HSA dot HSA system get info value. Declared here HSA. Yeah, that's wait. Okay, that's fine. So that's main.d though, and then bind HSA. Two parameter HSA system info T attribute. That's a system info T though. Okay. Interesting stuff. Just let the guy do his job. I'm thinking about XDD starting to us. I'm dying slowly though. XDD starting to us. That's fine. I'm thinking of flashing my GPU BIOS. Sorry, I can't read that well. GPU BIOS to increase the power limit. GPU has BIOS? Question mark, question mark. Okay, now I need to question whether I should trust my GPU or not. GPU BIOS. What, do you have Bolt GPUs? I really am waiting for my Bolt sponsorship. See if we get, Oh, interesting. I want to see images. Whoa. Oh my god, bro. This is awesome. Yes. Data center. We will build a data center, guys. GPUs have entire kernels. They're mini computers. Yeah, that's why I'm going to write a GPU OS. That's the ultimate endgame. I've been saying it since a year ago. I want to write a GPU OS. And I'm doing it slowly, day by day, learning everything I need to learn. And when Elon gives me one of these, we'll be cooking. Oh my god. AI generate. Just put me there. Put a screenshot of me with my Odroid M1S. Linux on CUDA. Oh yeah. 100%. NVIDIA Jensen is not ready for it. But it's okay. Because the GPU is the future of computing. C++ and Rust on CUDA only. I mean, AMD likes C++ too. Ew. AI generate my images. Images. What BIOS, by the way? I like BIOS that look like this because they always make me go, I fucking hate the state of BIOS. You know what a BIOS should look like? Let me go ahead and show you all an example of a good BIOS. Dell Optiplex BIOS. By the way, Dell Optiplex BIOS, simple. This is simplicity. This is the most simple BIOS you can get. I like that. Oh, hey, check that out. This is about how you do what I did for a stream. Service mode pins for the Dell. Holy shit. This is about my system. Oh my gosh. Rust devs are genuinely moronic. Yeah, actually. Someone is probably unironically rewrite LLVM or something in Rust. Bro, if you do that, you're going to take 10,000 years, and you need like hella contributors to get that done. What are these operation modes? So it says there's 2 different service modes? I didn't even know that. Because we took apart the Dell Optiplex to look at it and like actually make it so it's not unusable. Using these. Service mode. Once the machine is in service mode, you will receive some warning notifications. Oh. I just pulled out the password jumper and then forgot about it. But then put it back in there. Oops. Was I supposed to put it in service mode? What does service mode do? Oh, this is to flash a BIOS. Sorry, I'm distracted. I'm sorry, this might be interesting for this weekend though. That's the flash of BIOS to it. Let's see. Honestly, what was I trying to copy and paste? Just copy and paste my whole code and just see what I'm doing wrong. Actually, no. Let's do more. Let's dive deeper. Let's dive deeper into it. So if it doesn't accept those types, then what does it accept? That is the real question. Let's see. It takes an HSA system info T called attribute and a void pointer to something. Why? Wait, let's read more. Brief. Get the current value of system attribute. We're losing the plot? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting lost in the sauce. I do that sometimes, but it's worth it. Recommend pasting the binding stack trace too. Meanwhile, me just wondering what I am doing here as a junior product manager who vibe codes stuff. Damn, bro, you're more progressed than me in life. Me, I'm just a guy who only programs on the internet just for fun. I just do this as a hobby, by the way. My actual job, I don't even like to think about. And also really can't talk about too much. It'll become apparent why in the future. I don't know. I've talked to some people about it, but that's because they ask me on old videos and then, sorry, not reading. And then they'll have to like be like, oh yeah, that was ages ago, bro. Unemployed? Make random stuff nobody ever uses? Unemployed? Nah. Bro, if I was unemployed, we would not be where we're at. The channel is funded by my paycheck. Which is not YouTube. YouTube's a side quest in my life. I wish YouTube could be my main job. That'd be awesome. But no. And I don't think YouTube's gonna be around for very long. HSA status error not initialized. Runtime has not been initialized. Function is retrieve value. So the parameter brief, get a current value of a system attribute. Attribute is the attribute to query. Param, value pointer to the application allocated buffer where to store the value of the attribute if the buffer passed by the application is not large enough to hold the value of at p. The behavior is unspecified value, which is the HSA status. Success, function has been executed successfully. Error not initialized. Invalid argument. So what it was returning when we did write ln was one of those three options. Up here. One of them. I don't know. Are you happy with in life, bro? Do you love coding? I love coding, bro. Coding's awesome. Happy to throw the view count up by one? That's good. See, my plan is eventually when I retire, I'll use some of my benefits to help me build my massive open source data center that I plan to build, and also do college, which will be good. But that'll be a long time in the making. Well, I'll also be able to use some while I'm where I'm at, but I'll have to wait because I got stuff coming up that's important. That's about all I can say. I don't want to say more. Void buff. We're just using it wrong. I think that's what I've determined. Let's just not do anything with it. Let's just put nothing in there. But it needs two types though. What if I just do that? Actually, I bet their runtime docs have an example of it. We have the programming reference open. Let's just Control F and try to find out HSA underscore system. Oh. Do they have even anything about that? Oh, they have hella about HSA though. Ah, here we go. Find occurrences of that. Alright, so HSA runtime API uses opaque handles for HSA agent underscore T. There's only 11 occurrences of HSA system underscore info T. There's one there. System attributes, signature. So you use a type def enum, which is called the HSA system. Info T, I have that. Will you teach me? I wish I could tell you what the issue was, but this is above my pay grade. Will you teach me? Actually, let's print the buff then, right? Maybe. I actually don't even know what it is. I don't even know what I'm passing. This is one of those times where I'm like, Yeah, we might just have to use fucking AI for this, but I'd like to avoid using AI because I want to try to use my brain as much as possible. But at the end of the day, I think that sometimes it might just be required, but we're not there yet. I think we're not there yet on this one. HSA status T. Like if I'm deadlocked, that might just be the way to go, but I don't know why we need that. Okay, that's the one where I was like, I don't know why we even need that for the binding. Then tomorrow we'll try to get the kernel to run with this, but I don't think we'll even be that far by tomorrow. Unless by the end of the day, like if I have a lunch break today, I'll do some stuff. But I don't even know if I'll have that. We'll see. System info T. System get info. I actually don't have anything going on other today than like fucking that one shit. Oh my god. How long back do I need to go to see the error? Well, the error is pretty simple. It's just that we're passing the wrong thing that it... See, I passed the right thing. I think it's the right thing. So we're passing... HSA is not callable using int. I tried that with cast uint in the last attempt. So if you pass cast uint, there's a lot less to complain about, but then it does not like void pointer, I don't think. Or either one of these cannot pass cast1 of type uint to parameter system call info t attribute. So either it wants an info t attribute, or it wants me to explicitly state what it is, or something. Or maybe it doesn't like the void pointer, which I have no idea what the void pointer is there for. It said void pointer for value, and this is the actual, this is what it would look like. So it's got void pointer value, which, that's fine. That's the actual code we need. Unless I didn't do it correctly. Maybe I put it backwards or something. Some of those might be backwards. I think the uint is being passed needs to be cast to HSA underscore attribute. Is there... no, it takes a system T. This is what it looks like. System T info and void value. Also returns system T info. I just wonder if it's just one of the, like, another one of these that doesn't work. Have we tried making it a var of type HSA? That's actually a good suggestion. I didn't think about that. Let's see. HSA underscore system underscore info underscore T, I think was what I declared it as. Okay, we'll try that out. That's actually really good. But then what is the function that it is? Info. We'll call it info. And we'll pass info in that first one. And it also returns something. The thing that it returns is whether it succeeded or failed, I think is what the documentation says. And we've also seen this with the init and shutdown. They both pass succeeded whenever we run it. So I did successfully bind. It's just I don't know how to use my binding because I don't know the API. That's awesome. I like that. And then what is the void pointer that it passes? A function, like a pointer to a function or something. Signature values. These are the values which are also in here. It just describes what these mean. Get info, get the current state. Oh, here's an example. Oh, wait, that's just what it looks like. Okay, that's the void. Right, it returns success on or fail or invalid attributes enums. Get info, and then, but if we use this, I think the problem would be that if we use HSA system info T and we pass it to here, that would be redeclaring an enumeration. So I don't think we can do that. But we'll try it out. It's worth a shot. It's a good thing that I didn't think of. Although I wouldn't think it's gonna work, but status, and these are the return values. Value the pointer to an application allocated buffer. Where to store the value attribute in the buffer passed by the application. There we go. Could just try making a null void pointer and print the function, or what the function returns from there. It might return error at runtime. We'll see. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do a void PTR. Do that. Actually, just do vptr. There, that's better. Then put that in there. If we can compile it like this, that's good. That'll get us somewhere. And then do vptr.writeln. Just like that. That's good. SCP that over, and we'll see what happens. Oh shit, I'm on NVIDIA Arch. Oops, NVIDIA Arch. It will probably not error, but the return type will say invalid attributes. Worth a shot? Yeah. I'm actually pretty sure it won't compile like this though, because there will be a conflict between the type and us reinitializing it later. So enum is, I don't think we can, we'll see. Oh, hey, that did compile. Maybe it just needed me to declare a, oh, wait a second. So I just declared a type as enum. Okay, this is interesting. Cast HSA system info T 4097. That's looking good. That is a good sign. In fact, that is about that's interesting. I am very interested in what that is. And then null. I like that it returns a null for the pointer, but that's fine. Whoa. This is interesting. I didn't even do any casting. Holy shit. Oh yeah. This cooks. This is good. I mean, I would have figured it out, but honestly, it's even better when people help me figure it out. This is amazing. Info. I wonder what info.writeln will give us. This is so cool. Better than nothing. Interesting. Yeah, I think that's really interesting. I'll figure out what that means after we do another run. I just want to see what the writeln will yield, because I didn't test that one. I didn't expect it to work. I thought we were reinitializing something, but here's what it returns. HSA system info version major. And then null, which I think is it's erroring out with a null. But that's version major. But I could write a for each function. Oh yes, I can. I got an idea. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna write a function. We're gonna call it void get info, just to test something. So to get info, all it's gonna do is it's gonna take this and put it into a loop, pretty much. Since I want to simplify that down. Also, I think that looks better than what I've been doing before. Very big progress. The IRS would 100% grab a hold of you now after that clutch suggestion of declaring info. Very big progress. I think the null value of the HSA system info T is the major version. No, that's the void pointer. The void pointer vptr is returning null. So I don't know what that is, but we'll find out eventually. Keywords eventually. Let's go ahead and make a... Do I want to for each? Do I want to do a while? For each? While... actually, let's do a for each. Yeah, for each is pretty nice. But for each is also not super efficient because it does bounds checking, actually. or something along those lines. No, that was the one that's got the fucking. That's when you do append with an array. It has. This one just has unit tests, so you can't use for each in better C, which is something I found out on this project because I tried to for each this thing. And I was like, oh, you can't compile for each properly like this. Then I for each that. You can make info be any value from 0 to 7. That's what I'm thinking I'm going to do. I semicolon 0 to ... 7. That should give us a for each loop that will be able to use I to iterate, and then we can just reinitialize those every single time we do it. That's probably a bad idea. We could just reuse system info, declare it once, and just reuse it 100 times. And then the entire purpose is we just, oh man, redo that 100 times. And then rewrite them, and let's see what that gets us to. That's actually perfect. Get info. This should be good. Random question. What got you using Linux? It's actually a good question. I just kind of was like, my friend uses Linux. I just got my, well, I brought my laptop back from home, and I was like, yeah, it's time for me to try out, try messing around with it, I guess. I don't know. I was like, well, I don't really have a use for this. Let me just install Linux Mint on it, because I want to get into Linux. And I was like, damn. And I started with Linux Mint, and I was like, damn, I hate Windows. I'm going to make my desktop use Kubuntu. So I installed Kubuntu, and then I was like, damn, bro, Kubuntu's awesome, but now my hard drive is brokey, and I just realized that my hard drive was actually dying because Windows. And I was like, damn, let me try Fedora. And then Fedora didn't work. Eventually, it stopped working. I was like, okay, so if my hard drive's failing, and then something else. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. Did I SCP it over? But my hard drive is failing on my other system, which I'm now using as a Arch Linux server, which I installed Void on, and then I realized why I'm not supposed to install anything except for Arch on there, because Arch is the only thing that keeps the hard drive somehow working. So it's like, and it's an NVMe, and I'm not sure how it's dying, but it only for each once. Version major. You know why it only wrote once? Because I only passed info to it, and it needs to. I think it. How do I for each this? That's actually a good idea. How to for each. Oh wait, you can't for each I to 7. What am I thinking? Well, actually, I. Or maybe the void pointer is the thing we need. Hold on. Casted value. Use I instead on info line 11. Yeah, that's what I think I did wrong. Fedora's kind of best distro out there. I don't know. I don't like the fact that it's got Red Hat associations. But that's not to say Red Hat Linux is bad. Red Hat Linux is valid. I think Red Hat Linux is actually pretty valid. I think Ubuntu is the only bad distro. Oh, I didn't even SCP it. Oh, wow. Nice. Alright, that means a lot less SCP today. SCP containment breach at this time. Alright, what did it do? Oh, it did it differently. No, it didn't. Cast HSA system info T 4097. What is the... Wait, unless that's just like what it actually... Am I dumb? Does HSA system info T already return the... Also, is SCP working? Cat fucking main.d. Oh, main d.d. d.d. Oh, okay, we're doing it right. Alright, so we're using the new one, but technically I don't think we're supposed to put the I in there. Also, why a void pointer, and also the void pointer is still a question. HSA system info version major. But it just returns that. Oh wait. But why is there a four? What is that? What? It only does the first one. Maybe the second one's not supposed to be null. Maybe the void pointer is supposed to be I, and the first one's supposed to be info. Or maybe it doesn't need anything. Now I'm on gaming laptop, so the poor days are behind me. The Dell G15 is where it's at. Actually, I have a real fixation on Dell. Dell is awesome. I like Dell. Also Odroid, but I don't know. Dell cooks. I think Dell cooks, by the way. Oh! Didn't even print more than like a few times. System info T attribute void. I mean, we got it to work, but I don't know what it's returning. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I wonder if... Here's a good question, but the return 4097, right? So 4097. I think 4 is something, 0 is something, and 9 and 7 are also something. So if only Power B worked on Linux, I would have left trash Microsoft Windows a long time ago. Infocast void. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I think the next thing I was going to try would be... That's actually, yeah, that's exactly what I would try next. Because I was going to just put I here, but then it would have failed anyway, and I would have to put cast. Cast void pointer. I. And then don't even write the void pointer, because it's just null anyway. I mean, what's it going to do? But I think what we actually have is something different. So I think 4, so it has a signal max weight, and then 097. I don't know, is there like examples of what this would return? Or what it's supposed to? Like they only just say return values, HSA status success. The function has been executed successfully. They don't say what it does. That's like what it bothers me, is that they don't say what this even does, besides get the current value of a system attribute. Oh, system attribute. Wait. Oh, it takes an attribute. What's the attributes? So where are those at? Attributes. Info T. So attribute though. What? Damn, it's a bitch to write code on here. Yeah. Something like this maybe. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna figure it out on my own probably. Sometimes it's nice, but like other times I'm just trying to learn a bit on my own. It's like I don't know. HSA endianness, system agent information. Maybe that's the point of the status string. It says it throws the value of a attribute in the pointer. Oh. Oh wait, the pointers, we're supposed to write the pointer, but we pass an attribute to it basically. Whatever the attribute might be. Is there like an actual like... Let me look at the index real quick for the book. Maybe they have a section that's just dedicated to what shit does, rather than a reference. Memory or guide? Extensions programming guide? Extensions in HSA, HL finalization. Oh, okay. Finalization shit. Hold on, I haven't tried this one yet because I haven't sent it over. We're gonna send it over and then test it, and then it's gonna fail, and then we're gonna try it again. Then we're gonna do the same thing 1,000 times. Let's LDC to that. Alright, it worked, which I'm surprised. Segmentation fault, core dumped. So, because we're trying to pass a number, it didn't like that. Which makes sense, because I don't think you can cast a void pointer I. So we need a void pointer value here. Which obviously needs to be not in there, but void, a void pointer, void value, and then pass to value value.writeLn, because we don't even initialize info t, it just gives us cast and then a 4097 are given right to you there in the enum in your code in the IDE. So that would be the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or the and I think that would work, but these are just the enum, so that'd be just HSA system info t. And it's declared as HSA system info t, but it expects an attribute, which is also maybe. Oh, wait. HSA device type. No, HSA. There's another other functions might just be passed to this or something. Oh, I haven't tried that one. Hold on, I haven't tried that one yet. That's a good idea. To write out all of them. Cast HSA underscore info underscore, or no, system underscore info t. Underscore t. And then do I. Cast that over. Wrong one. Stop taking me to NVIDIA Arch. Alright, find the other one. Alright, main. Yeah, of course. LDC2, undefined. It's okay. I got that one. Give me a second to vim this. Vim main.d. Shift : QA. I don't know why I keep writing main d.d. What's info.writeLn, but I didn't include that anymore, so I forgot to remove that. That's my bad. I'm become jackass, destroyer of world. All right, there we go. LDC2. / main. There we go. We got a bunch of them to cast, but didn't really return anything. I think part of that is just that it needs me to I think if we do .writeLn, it returns a status, but returns this. So very interesting. Press DD to remove a line. Yeah. I don't know. I just like to use backspace a lot. I don't know. I'm tired. I'm hella tired right now, honestly. Info.writeLn. Value.writeLn. We can get rid of the info.writeLn. We don't need that anymore. So, what exactly am I doing? So we send it an cast HSA info T. What does this do? I'm actually lost. I mean, system and agent information. The HSA runtime API uses opaque handles. HSA to represent agents and info. Okay, agent info T. Yeah. Agent info T is awesome. Somebody, I think we had some recommendations for like what to do. You can cast the I variable, like the attributes are given to you right there in enum code. So I don't know what it works like though, because it's like it's giving us 4097. Like what 4097? I'm really tempted to just see what exactly this even is doing. What is HSA system get info even doing? I'm kind of lost there. That's where I'm lost. Because all it does is return that. So system info T. You know, I'm just gonna try to see if we can find out more information about this. This will lead me to the answer, rather than just inject my code and see what's wrong with my code. This should get us to its answers. No, we're not interested in HP computers. HSA runtime. KFD dot underscore driver path. Oh, interesting. Actually, we don't even need this, but it just corresponds to the KFD driver path. What? Very interesting. That's interesting. Beats the hell out of Windows docs. Can you do i.writeLn to figure out what's up? Yeah, let's do that. I'll go vim it in there since it'll be easier to do anyway. I don't have to SCP it. Good. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're just passing a number to it and then returning null for the void pointer, which I think it's supposed to return a value to the void pointer. Actually, sorry, wrong one. What if I didn't put a pointer on that? Maybe it wants a pointer. Maybe it wants the address, actually it wants the address. And then see if that does it. It compiled. Oh! Version major. Look at that shit. Yes, we're getting whatever these are. Those are pointers to addresses, I believe. And it only says HSA system version major, but those are good. And that's actually what I'm looking for. Oh, this was a good suggestion. Cast HSA system info T. Let's not cast that to system T. Let's just use no, actually it wants that. It doesn't want a U-long I being passed. Because that's declared as whatever it was declared as. I think I declared everything as UN64. Also writeLn the casted value maybe. Yeah, let's see. Oh, hold on. And it wants a value pointer for the address. Now I don't know if it wants the address pointer or if it wants the actual pointer at the writeLn. Because at this point we'd just be writing out the my bad. I fucking need to vim more often. I usually Kate too much, but now I gotta vim more. Pointer.i.writeLn and then the fucking cast, right? the cast system. I can't type anymore now. My brain is killing me. HSA underscore system underscore get underscore info underscore t. Not, why am I doing that one? System info t. There we go. Now I'm on the right track. And then dot right ln. I dot right ln. Ah! Only a pointer value, not void. Let's see, can only that, I don't want to compile, I want to vim it. That's a good thing to just figure out why that's doing that. I think the real easy way to figure that out is just to do this. And then write ln. That should compile. As void has no value, so that would be returning the value. And then, okay, so we had it correct the first time. Where's this W from? There's a W in there. I swear I saw a W. I guess we just put a value dot write ln. Type void. Oh, I is a void? What? So I is void. What the hell? That's weird. What is I? How is I void? A void pointer for value. So I is a value, but also I is void? Let's see what it returned anyway. I didn't really pay attention to its returns. HSA system version major every single time. But then it's also returning other stuff. Like the address, I think. Those look like addresses to me. Or they're just really big, somehow also weirdly formatted things. But it goes 6 times, and on the 6th time, so I believe this is I. So on the first one, version major is 1. And it's just returning that every single time. But, so you're casting a returned void. Right ln returns a void, so you're casting a returned void? What? Well, when I was doing I. Oh, wait a second, because I use reverse function call syntax. That's it. Me, I am dumb to think that I can reverse function call syntax a cast. I never knew that. I haven't had that problem before. That's actually a good idea. Did I just do that to my program? Oh my god. This is why we need to Vim more often, but I'm never gonna do that anyway because I don't like using terminal for editing shit. I don't know. I'm just not a big terminal editing guy. I actually just like Kate so much that that's why I don't use Vim. I don't know. And then I can't write sometimes because then my brain is fry. Like right now. Fry. Cast. And then I like the tab there. Tab maxing. Please compile. Please run. Good. Timestamp frequency. Holy shit. This is amazing. This is good. Let me That's awesome right there. That's good. But why is it giving me the version minor and version major? And so is it because we're writing the value right ln? I think that would be right. But why write the other part? Oh, because I'm writing this one, which is always gonna write the default for it to return. I thought it just returned compile, please. / main, please. There we go. HSA version minor. So we're on HSA success. Let's go ahead and reformat that. Actually, well, I mean, I guess we could use standard CIO and then do print, but insert. I'm just gonna do right. I am actually progressing at this, making progress. Wowie. Value.right. Let's do right. That looks about actually we could do value.right. Value.right, and then why would I do right? I could just do it in a single right ln. What am I, stupid? I am stupid today. Today I'm being very dumb. I can just put value in the right ln. Oh my gosh. Alright, right ln, cast HSA system info t, and then put a comma, colon, value. Like this, and then comma and value. Should be simple. No, just put the value. Put a pointer to the value. There. But we need to compile that still. Boom, compiles. Look at that. Perfect. I got formatting. But I could have just done that formatted right, but I don't do that much. That's pretty good. Sorry, I haven't been reading the chat much. Sorry, Architecture Labs. Oh. Just swap the right ln of the value and I? No, I got it right. Alright, so we just gotta copy that all over to here. Cat main.d. Oh, right. Fun. But, you know, I could just do it using... Fuck. Ugh. What was it, like C? No. It's like... How do you even start this one? How do you copy... Bro, I don't use either of these enough. I need to use tmux and vim more. Oh, and then I remember it was pretty hard to do this one. Use space. Ah, it's just space. Good. I like space. What? But that doesn't work. Am I in Vim mode? I should just switch it to Vim mode. Vim mode would be awesome. Vim I know more. To start selection, space. We are in copy mode, right? Float. God damn it. Fucking love this. Oh, I look so dumb right now. Read ln. Space or V, use arrow keys. Lame. Oh my god. Oh, C to dash A? What? Or Y, I guess. Space or enter. Okay. Space, enter. I don't know if that does. Why? That does not work. At this point, I'll just SCP that back. Or, actually, no. Just do it one line at a time. Bro, this is not where it's at. That's not where it's at. Because I remember I learned how to do this, and it took me like 30 minutes to figure this shit out. And that's kind of embarrassing, honestly. But it's, maybe it's control space. Oh, it's control space. Ah, good. That was almost a bad time. We almost spent 30 more minutes relearning how to do that. Good. I think at the end we hit enter. Or that, and then hopefully. Okay. Learning how to use Tmux 101. It's not gonna take me 30 minutes. Trust me. This is good stuff. SCP I'm good at. Tmux I don't use enough. Vim I need to use more. We've been relaxing on the Vim skills. Control space. Down. Now, to enter it. What did Mr. GPT say again? GPTs? What is the end one? Press enter. Control enter. Enter. Okay. Hopefully. Oh, hey, it works. Wait. That's a duplicate of it. Isn't it? What did I... Oh my god, it is a duplicate. Alright, actually, you just hit end bracket. Or, one of those. Or, Y? J, Control B to paste buffer. This is actually interesting. Control B, and then that to paste the buffer. To copy it, press enter. I don't think that works. I don't know. Control BJ, or Control B in bracket to paste the buffer. We just need to copy the selection. Oh, but that copies it to the Tmux one, which we don't need. Maybe I could just alright, maybe that works. Let's try that out. Copy Tmux buffer to clipboard. Oh, that's not a thing. It's not even a thing. Okay. We'll just SCP at this point. Yeah, that's probably the best way to go. It'd be better if we weren't using Tmux, and I could just literally copy it. No, we'd end up copying like all the other shit too. How do we... Oh, this is also fun, because I don't remember how to copy this. I've only done this one once. But this is an interesting way. Main.d. Dash J for destination. Yeah, no. Let's just at this point you're right. Let's just fucking copy and paste this shit. Yeah, no, that's right. Let's just go with it. Go with the flow. Oh my god, I just did that shit. To clipboard. This is an embarrassing moment of all time. Paste it. And now we have all the fun stuff in here. Which is okay. Hopefully there's not a whole lot of that stuff going on. Boom, boom, boom. What? Sudo, what is this? There's just random numbers in there from the NV top. Think you can set it to VI mode? This can't be worth it for a single line. We changed hella lines though. We changed hella stuff. Let's see. Boom. That's cool. Look at all this stuff here. Hopefully we didn't accidentally get rid of a bunch of stuff that we might have needed. Oops. That's fine though. I don't really care. Hey, he's really using Arch. That's some sadomasochism tendency right there. What do you mean? Bro, Arch is awesome. Void get info. Okay, that's correct. I thought I was missing something for a second. Arch is amazing. Arch is perfect. Don't ever say that about Arch again. Oh. Archo mode activate. About to go Arch Linux on you, bro. Arch is life and life is suffering. I mean, you're right about life being suffering, but Arch is joy. Arch is joy. If Arch was life, life would be joy. But life is not Arch, so. Oh my god, I'm vimming here too. The 3am brain cells. I'm not gonna deny Arch being awesome, but you can't deny it has some. Oh yeah, it does have some degrees of pain. All right, I hope this isn't broken. Let me verify. We got that, and we got all that. We got an info, we got those. We don't got random extra lines, right? And everything is formatted properly. That's also an important factor here. Checking for random lines now. The random line check. Alright, cool. So it works. That's good. So when we do /main, we get all of the system info. Which I don't know what this is exactly, and I wish I could copy and paste it, but at this point, Control B to go to my other device. You know what? tmux kill -server. What am I doing? Why would I not do this? See, look, that's way better. Let's not use tmux because I'm not gonna be able to copy shit. Let's remember that rule for next time. And let's go over to here. Paste it up in there. See what this returns for us. I do wonder what it will return. Runtime HSA status confirms the API call completed without error, which is good. Runtime version indicated by version major, version minor. So we have 1.112 version. Oh, that's good. It's like Minecraft. Version 1.112. Endianness. So it's a little endian, or that's big endian. So that's the CPU. Big endian. Machine model. I'm guessing big endian +1. Timestamp frequency. Hex is 1,000 megahertz. Let's And then signal max weight, unlimited. So represents a maximum 64-bit integer implying no weight limit. This data is specifically generated by tools like RockM Info to verify that RockM software stack is correctly detecting, and which I can actually call RockM Info because the library is in the path, I believe. RockM Info, and we can actually call that as well and get a lot of that same information. GFX is set to 1030, which I actually have to change that, and I believe that involved going into RockM Info. We could recompile, but that was just so I could try running Fortran. Here we go. System frequency. Endianness is little. Oh, I got the endianness backwards. I misread that. That's actually really cool. So we're using the same thing that they use for RockM, basically. But that's the HSA agent. Oh, these are HS. I didn't even realize. These are HSA. But these are the attributes. And this is how it stacks up. Info machine model 001. They have more to it, though. Oh my god, this is so cool. Oh my god. This is hella cool. Okay, what's the next function? I want to get in the next one. See if I can get that one to work, which this one took hella time to do. I don't know. Let me check the time. I got like about an hour. Not like I gotta do anything for the next hour, so we'll be good. HSA system T, system info T, HSA get system info. System info T, HSA system extension _ supported. Let's see. So it takes a UINT 16 for the extension. So actually, let's look at RockM, because that has a lot of what we're going to be looking at. These are agents. So they have agent 1, which is on the, or which is the Ryzen 5 550. And then on agent 2, that's the GFX 1030 GPU XX Radeon RX 6500 XT. It's like a, what was that website we went to yesterday, and it was like called like Huang TX, bro. Huang TX. I'm like, damn, bro. Can't believe they Radeon Jensen. The Jensen Radeon. It's like NVIDIA Jetson Nano, but now we now have Radeon Jensen. He is made of RX 6500 TX GPUs. X. The X is unlimited, I think. But yeah, this makes sense. Because you wouldn't, the Y and Z make up the front of the wave front. So the wave front, or no, not the wave front, but the work group. So the work group is like a cube, basically. So it's got 3 dimensions, and the X is like a length, pretty much. So that's how many buffers you've put into there. Very cool. RockM, by the way. I like RockM. This is a very cool little system. But we're looking more at Agent 2. And Agent 2 is, this is probably the, interesting. We're not going to say it's probably the anything. Let's see. Are these big endian? Let's do an LS CPU to grab the CPU. If it's, what its endian is. Little endian. So wait, on my main system, if I LS CPU here, this one's different. What am I doing? So we're writing a, well, I've written a binding called bind HSA. It's for the HSA binding. If you don't know what HSA is, it's for AMD GPUs, and it allows you to basically interface with the GPU like manually, like well, not really manually, but like to like a binding. Well, not a binding. It's a binding for a C program that does stuff with AMD GPU. I think I summed it up better earlier. Why are you calling me out, little Indian? Wow. HSA status error memory aperture. Architecture Labs, by the way. Aperture Labs. Gotta go to Aperture Labs one of these days and get transported to Arch Linux. I don't get the whole just because you use Arch, you deserve a trophy. It's not even that cool, bro. To be honest, Arch is so easy that if you use Ubuntu, you should get a trophy. I don't know why you'd think that I should get a trophy for that, but that's crazy of you. Thank you. Like, I use it myself, but I see it as a distro. I'm not used bragging, right? Lol. I'm sorry. I will get my ukulele out on the second Tuesday of next week and apologize when the sun sets during nighttime, which is probably impossible. You deserve the world if you live with using Ubuntu. Yeah. If you touch Ubuntu for 5 seconds, you're a superhero. Any Linux distro, you're already a champ. Yes. In fact, you're a champion of the Quake variety. Quake champions. Go down in history as a Quake champion. Winner of all of the esports tournaments. But you got banned from all of them because you use Arch, by the way. They can't trust you because you use Arch, by the way. Well, me too, also, so. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. Yes, binding. It binds to HSA, which has stuff to do with ROCm, and basically GPU stuff. We're doing quantum GPU baloney, and that's it. I guess I'm just happier being on Mac. That's fair. Mac isn't that bad. Let's see. So we got an extension and a version major. And we saw with the other one, extension probably refers to HSA extension T, but not really. It wants a uint16T for the extension. But is that correct? Is that API even correct? Is that binding correct right there? And so that's why I'm going through all these, because I have no idea if my bindings are correct. Friend asked me to sort out his system a few days back. He was using Mint before, I think. He wanted to reinstall that. I said, nope, not on my watch, buddy. I feel like it'd be really cool to set up an Arch desktop with like Linux Mint theming, so it's like I can troll people like that and have it like set up so I can be like, guys, I use Linux Mint, by the way, but then it's actually just fucking Arch Linux and just sudo pacman syu all day on that. Friends don't let friends use Mint. Yeah, friends make friends use Arch Mint. You can get Cinnamon Desktop, and Cinnamon Desktop is awesome. I like it. Plus 1,000 views easy fish. Yes, we will do it this weekend if I somehow still don't have my server yet, but that'll be fine. I don't know. Or if I could get the QB board, we'll do Arch ARM. I have the actual version. Arch ARM. Arch ARM is like my main thing, by the way. Not just the All-Winner A10 SoC, which is the board. This is all out of date probably and probably doesn't work. Just letting you all know that. And Prob's gonna give him Arch, but not tell him about the AUR. Bro, see what I would tell him is just, if you want to use it from the AUR, at that point, you better well find yourself source code from GitHub and compile it, rather than go to the AUR. Because I mean, like, AUR has like old versions of like GCC and stuff. Like if you need like GCC 14.02, actually 14.2, and you type in Arch. I'm a bot. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to fail you all, but I'm Mr. GPT himself. See, it's on the AUR, and then you have to be like, well, I gotta go audit it. But I'm not auditing it because I don't really want to take the risk anyway. I don't even want to install AUR. I don't have it installed. So I mean, if I want GCC 14 for some reason, then I'm kind of screwed. Which on ARM, that's one of the things I was setting up for my DisCC cluster. Exactly, he's quite a noob, and I cannot be dealing with fixing his stuff every other week, and that's understandable. That's why I don't recommend Linux to people I know in real life who I have to deal with every day. If I recommended it to them, then next thing you know, I become tech support, and I'll just be every weekend. They'll be like, "Oh, can you fix this?" Plus, I don't know anybody who actually would use Linux in real life. They all think it's terrible. Everybody I know. See, I'm pretty open about my Linux usage. I always tell people I use Arch, by the way, in real life. I'm the actual meme of Arch. But I don't want to fix anybody's stuff in real life. UINT version major and UINT version minor. Oh, okay. So those two I can actually know for sure on that one. But this, okay, we just did that. So get info works. It's really bad because it's slow, but we can figure that out later with parallelism and try parallelizing the library or the runtime calls with like you know, I could try it, but I don't think it'd work very well. I think it'd probably cause some issues to do that. I'll figure that out later though. That's not a now thing. We're just testing shit. So bind HSA, we need to do HSA system extension supported. I'm just gonna copy this shit, and then it will tell me exactly what I need when I put it in another void function. I actually put it in the main. Well, it will need me to do a bit of stuff. HSA system T. Oh, so it returns a system type. Should I read the docs on this as well? I think the answer to that, which is yes. QB board is awesome, by the way. Actually, no, it's a wand board, isn't it? Was it a wand board? I don't even know anymore. What are we making? Ah, I'm glad you've asked me again. Does anybody in the chat want to fill him in? Or do I need to say that I'm making a binding for HSA again? That's all I'm gonna say. But if you want more, hopefully somebody knows besides me. I don't want to have to keep filling people in. It's kind of distracting. Version minor. So these are easy, and then extension identifier. So I think the extension is one of these. So we're gonna do the same thing. We just cast to an extension T, and then boom. Yo, bro, is that C? This is C, but this is D-Lang, and I really am a big fan of D-Lang. All right, we have a paste. This is HSA system extension underscore supported, which that's going to be the extension, and we probably should for each that. So void get extension. Oh, that's weird. Oh my god. Oh my god. How am I failing so bad? My brain cells. All right, call that inside of a for each. For each I of 0 to ... to you would stop before you hit 7. Also, since it actually no, it does go to no, it goes to 6. It does 6 counts. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6. For each 0.2. I'm pretty sure this is what it needs. I don't know. Fortran kind of gets me confused sometimes because Fortran starts at 1 and then D-Lang starts at 0. And then I'm like, damn, does this language start at 0 or 1? Am I programming in Haskell? Question mark. Haskell, that language is interesting as well. Difference between C and D? Syntax. They both compile down to C, but D is easier. And if you want to get started with D, I think D is definitely worth learning because it's got a lot of compatibility with C and C++, as well as it's just easier to learn. You have an easier time learning D than C. Compiles faster. It doesn't have a preprocessor that you got to worry about too much. Well, actually, there is no preprocessor in D, but in C, module support makes it look easier. Yeah, that's true. What was the other thing that I like about D? There's hella stuff about D. Oh, memory safety. Yeah, I think memory safety is a good thing to mention. But if you want a full extensive list, just go to dlang.org, and then they have a section called feature overview. This gives you a whole list of features, and I'm sure C has something like this. You could just compare and contrast what C is like and what D is like. Also, doesn't D have OOP like C++? Yes. There's also the better C variant of D where you compile D to better C, but that has very unique rules, and that's like, I don't know, it's a whole different language at that point. It feels very different to write better C than it is to Also, it has templates too, and the templates are really interesting. I just learned about templates like within the last week or two. Templates are so interesting. So this is a template. You could technically declare the type as T. So how do templates even work? Well, templates, you have to declare this. That defines that it's a template, and it doesn't have a type. So the types are undefined. But at compile time, this type is determined. So if you put a float in here, this becomes a float pointer. That becomes a float pointer. That becomes a float pointer. That becomes a size T, which I need to really learn more about what size T is. I think it's just, I don't know. Not there yet. But then you have times, or pointer to this, and a plus, and then all that stuff. This is not correct though. How'd this be? Well, yeah, actually, you're referencing an array as a pointer. That's why that works. It's just a bunch of like X, Y columns in a matrix. I haven't really messed with that too much. We were going to use this for vector math for like an AI or something at some point, but I just want to figure out if I can get the bindings working and stuff. Which actually, I've written my first binding. This is successfully a binding at this point. Just working out all the kinks and stuff with the binding. Version major, so we can just say, this is fun. So technically, we could, do we want to use object-oriented programming for this? Do I want to rewrite this and then use my binding with object orientation? Or do we want to do like, I don't know, I could do object-oriented stuff. It's been a while. It's been a minute since I wrote a good object-oriented program that can just store all this stuff in a class. Usually you don't need it, but like, it's kind of interesting. There's a lot of stuff. Anyway, just go to dlang.org and check it out yourself. You can learn a lot from it. And so get info doesn't do anything, it just writes the line right now. But what if I want to get not just the info, but like I want to do stuff with the info? Well, I might make an array for the info and store all the values in an array if they all return the same type. We could make a void pointer array and return that. or like pass a void pointer array to this function, and then using a reference assign the values to that array using just this function and like one parameter. Or we could do object-oriented programming and write out a whole class that handles all of that for us, to where we just do get info, it like gets all of the info. And the reason we're going to need to do that anyway is because this. So we get to this extension part, and there's the version major and the version minor portions. That's important. And I think the easiest way to do it is just to pass it off to an array. I think that'd be the most optimal way. So you would do a reference to a void pointer array, or we just do a type of. We should have working code on the server, vim main.d. If we just vim this code, we can do value.typeof. I want to get a type of. Wowie. Insert. Type of. That should give us the type of the value. I'm looking clunky right now. Shift to ZZ. Compile it. Where's my compile commands? I did a lot of them. Oh wait, what's this? HSA override? I gotta remember how to do those. Oh, that was for when we were running the Fortran one. Anyway, let me just get the compile command from over here. I thought you had a tough life with this HSA stuff, only to then remember the co-working space that I work with out of has a network that doesn't do DHCP right, or doesn't do DHCP right. So I need to have a fixed IP, and then once I carry my laptop home, I need to set it back to DHCP automatically. Sheesh. Yeah, that shit's. I'm pretty fortunate to just set up my entire network on a switch and then just route Wi-Fi through it. Route Wi-Fi through the switch using NAT forwarding, and then all my devices just connect to that switch. It means technically I think they only see one device, but I don't really know. I don't really want to be a networking guy, but sometimes I have to. Let's make getInfo use a parameter attribute and return 16TT. Parameter attribute. Something I haven't really used much. Or ever. This is a good idea. I like your idea. Parameters. Parameter attribute. D-Lang. I like learning. This is a good suggestion. Oh my god, it thinks I meant slang. Thank you, Mr. GPTs. Attributes. There should be a section on parameter ones. No OP. Wait, is this just super delayed or something? OP. Parameter. Must use attribute. I have not even looked at attributes that much. I don't really ever use these. You'll never see one of my streams where I've used an attribute before. Grammar. Wowie. Linkage attributes. Oh. Extern. I use that every single time I write a program. Oh, you can also extern Windows, System, and Objective-C. Why do you want to instantiate a class and throw away RAM just like that? I mean, either way you're going to use RAM, but yeah, class is a bad idea. I think you're right. Yeah, let's not ever do a class, ever. Um, but what would you use a class for then? Like, what's the use case? If you have a class available, what is the use case then? I don't know. I've used them before for like, you know, Jester 2? You want to see the source code for Jester 2? That uses a class. Where is Jester 2? Jester 2 uses a class. In fact, Jester 2 instantiates many class objects. Import core.run. This is the worst coding you'll ever see, by the way. Anytime I write a project, I look back at it like a month later and I go, damn, I was such a bad programmer back then. But I still am. I will always be a bad programmer until I actually write code that I spend like 2 decades refining. And Jester is just one of those programs that's so good because of what it does, not how it does it. It doesn't matter how it does it. It can use all the RAM it wants. Jester 2 is the best program. It's the Rust of programming. You know what I mean? Fucking slop. You need a class if you want shapes. A circle class, a square class, a rectangle class. Lamau. Jester 2, by the way. Go ahead and download the source code, compile it yourself, and read the non-existent documentation. It's so good. It's 165 lines. Currently, my largest project is 500, which is just a binding, which is just copy and pasting C and changing it slightly. I just needed this command. I'm so distracted. My office laptop has MDMM set up on it, so I need to grab a temporary admin token from the portal to do this every single time. Damn. And, wait, I didn't need that one. That one compiles the other one, which we don't want to compile that one. That's for the kernel image. Not the kernel image. Why am I saying? What are we back to OS dev? Fuck OS dev. I'm never going to do OS dev again unless it's in Java, because I want to try Java, and I want to explicitly do OS. Type of. Yeah, I don't remember that property. Vim main.d.type. Let's see. Extract dlang get type is type of. Oh, there's hella delay. I don't know. It's never been this much delay before. Standard.traits. Types. Bing, 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 ding, 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 ding. This is not super good. We might need to go read the dlang Bible today. Whoa. I don't want to read the dlang Bible today. I'm sorry. I thought you could just do a dot property and get a type from it. Anyway, I don't think that's the case anymore. I guess we're just gonna have to assume that what it is a void pointer array. Or something? Like, what even is the... Well, it'd actually be faster to not even bother doing that. Like, if you want to do get extension, that just writes out the extensions. So now, the problem is though that you'd have to pass that differently. Handle it differently. Sorry, I just got distracted by that. Let's see. HSA system extension supported. We need to put the version major, which might be different. Like, what if somebody else has a different computer? I don't want to hard code it to where, like, maybe they can't use that. But what if you should just hard code it. If you're programming for GPU, please hard code. Okay, maybe that's the wrong answer. But it expects uint 16T. So let's just throw 1 in there. And then let's go ahead and slap a 1, 2 in the version minor slot. that will work. And then for each 0 to 2, and it wants a bool pointer for the result. So I guess just call system info 0 and value. Yeah, but that's for the other one. Actually, that wouldn't be wrong. But you know, it makes sense to be able to call these from like an array though. I mean, with a class object, what we could do with a class object is inside the class we could store each of these using getInfo. But getExtension, we're just focused on testing it. I keep losing that out of my mind. I keep getting like, oh, let's think about how I'm gonna apply this or how I'm gonna use this. No, we're just testing. We need to stop thinking about how we're gonna apply this and focus on just writing code that tests it. Test code, nothing else. And so we'll just put I, since it basically is a uint 16. And it expects a uint 16. Fuck. Or uint. No, it expects an int 16 underscore t. Correct. Int 16's like a short, right? Short. Can it take a? It takes shorts, by the way. Shift : QA exclamation point. Give me another. Shorts. Like YouTube Shorts. The Inslopification Society is on YouTube Shorts. Well, actually, I've made YouTube Shorts. I can't say that. That's Hippocratism. Hippocratic. Yeah. Alright, all we have left is result. And then there's also another one that does a void pointer for table. But wait, that's a uint. But this takes uint 16. Wait, but is that correct? I love my binding. I've written it so good that I can totally think that that's probably not the right type. Oh, it is the right type. But why take 16? Extension identifier? So, like, why? Size 16? I mean, I guess we could just pass I and hope it just works. C++ glacial compile times. Compile maxing. Whenever you compile GCC with PGO enabled, please enjoy that. It will compile 3 times, and you'll watch it do the C++ portion, where it goes through every single thing that C++ can do, and checks not only the C++, but also the C, for anything C++ relevant. And then you go, well, how big is C++? And you look at the features of C++, and you go, C++ features, right? Oh shit, C+ equals. Can we get a features count, please? Oh my god. But STL? Standard template library. Ooh. How many features are in C++? Because, oh my god, it takes hella time to compile anything with C++. Because of compiling and also how stupidly bloated C++ is. I think that's the terrible things about C++. But I don't know. I say that about everything. H++, a .h file, then you have no way of knowing if it's a C++ .h or if it's one of the ones that's gonna do bad things. Also, this is not an extensive list of compilers. Smalltalk. Modula 2. F sharp influenced C++? How'd that happen? Straustrup Bjarn. Thriving in a crowded and changing world. C++? Oh god. I'm sorry. I've heard of Smalltalk. Object-oriented is a purely object-oriented language that was... Okay, that explains the name Smalltalk. But, yeah, no object-oriented languages. Yeah, we'll just do this. Yeah. Cast uint 16, but we need to import a standard C. No, it should be fine. That's what I say. H files are dumb. It just messes with dry. It messes with dry and feels like you're duplicating code. All I see a lot of the times is .h. Congratulations. HSA.h, by the way. That's the reference that I use to write out the D-lang binding. This is very beautiful. Alright, now let's try to call get extension. And it's gonna fail, but don't worry, because you only fail if you fail to try. Which isn't... Oh my god. Shut up, Jester. I don't need to think about C++ right now, just because I failed to compile my code. Fuck! Vim main.d sudo pacman syu access denied. Access granted. Oh wow. Half-Life arc. What? Ah, for each, right? Somewhere with the for each. For each is a keyword. Oh my god. How did I screw void? Oh, I didn't even define the void. Get shit on void OS. I actually like void OS. It's actually not bad. Void OS, by the way, I like that. Unexpected identifier result in declaration. Okay, bool. Actually, I didn't even write the function. Let's just go make it easy on me and write it in here. That's a bool. You know, part of the reason why I get distracted so much is because I am basically half asleep. Probably. But that's excuses. Should always be coding. Result. Sudo result man SYU. There we go. Result manager. I'm writing result manager as we speak. Paste that, but we're going to replace this with the extension T, which I think is a valid type, or a valid enumeration for what the I is from that, and then it just the value. But that's the result now. And if this works, I think we have a good solid understanding of how to do the next one, and the next one, and so on and so forth. And I mean, we still got like a little bit left. Shift exclamation point. But I think by tomorrow, depending on what time I have today, I think we'll be fine to just start writing figuring out how to do the kernel binding. As long as I get enough time to write out or to test a little bit more, maybe I'll be able to do that, but I don't know. Depends on what happens. main.d. There we go. Copy that over, and then LDC, and then it finds the errors that I forgot to fix, but I fix it in the other one, and then I go over to here and I fix them instead of going over there and fixing them. Results, and it looks like that was pretty much it. I hope that was just it. What actually go back and check what it says. For each statement must be inside a function scope. That's fine. Just SCP will fix that. SCP Foundation. Secure, contain, and protect NVIDIA. Where does that happen? What's going on there? Oh, because I made a void type get info parameters. Jack Asinoff. I'm possessed by the ghost of Jack Asinoff today. He was truly a beloved comrade. Our greatest friend. Needs me to import the correct stuff. Right. Import standard C. Put it up at the top. What was it again? Was it STC? STC? Core.standard DC. Wowie. I like core.standard C. The standard C library uint. Standard int. Semicolon. There's my functions for interop with C. I'm going to separate that because it's for C, not a D thing, and not a thing that I wrote. So I don't know. How do you like to organize your imports or includes? Let me know. If you have like a specific way of doing this that I don't do. I don't know. I usually do it alphabetically, but we don't have enough to do it that way yet. I don't like to put them in the global space if I don't have to. If I only use something once and I can import it later on in the program, then I'll import it inside of a scope or inside of a function or wherever it's needed. If it's only needed one time, why would you import it globally? Import it where it's needed at the point. But sometimes that is messy, so I can understand putting it at the namespace. So that gets our uint 16 type solved. Then we just have to find the bind HSA and the proper type for that CAS, which is extension T. It's not system extension T, it's just extension T. And that's it. Control S. Control S. SCP that shit over. And then we're good. No! Fuck. Type bool pointer to value bool pointer result. What the fuck? Okay. Bool pointer. I like a bool pointer. Oh my god. Bool pointer result defined here. Let's see. How did I do that shit? How did I screw that up? Bool pointer result. So wait, it becomes a pointer? Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing here? That's weird. I love when weird shit happens like this. It's always confusing. Address result. Well, it's the pointer. The Well, that's how you set the address. Well, you could also return an address from it. Oh, this is new. uint16 underscore t. That's the old stuff. Where'd that come from? Was it like cached? This is so much fun. I like to program. Bool pointer pointer. How does it end up as a pointer pointer? And not just a pointer? Wait, do I put it inside of the... Oh, I think I know what I did wrong. Yeah, that. But why? Why does that not work? It's already a pointer. It shouldn't have to be a pointer for that. Like, why is a pointer causing me issues? The address of bool result should exist before then. How does this work? Okay, Control S. It's probably something to do with the library at that point. Okay. And it wants to write results. I like that. I like writing my results. Wow. Why did the other one work but not this one? I'll do C2. /main. I like main.d. Wowie. Extension null. We're returning nulls. Info endianness. But it stopped at after like a little bit. Because it didn't do all 7 and all 3. Those are easy fixes. 2 changes here. 7 and a 3. I haven't done the full result didn't work. Sorry, I was deploying something. No, that's fine. No, doing and result didn't work, which is really interesting. And it said because you're passing a bool pointer. I don't know, maybe it's something to do with the bool type in D, or the library uses a bool pointer somehow. I don't know. There's definitely bounds for weird stuff later on, though. Because towards the end, like, originally I was just typing it, and then I was like, I'm not going to get this done if I'm copying and pasting a line by line and going this slow. I just got to copy the whole C file and just go through it, remove all the type def, remove all the random shit. Then the next day, went through and figured out why I couldn't compile this, which was yesterday. Yesterday was day 2 of HSA. Today is day 3 of HSA. Day 4 of HSA, I'm an HSA champion. I'm going to set up HSA with the kernel compiled. And then we're going to run it. And that's going to be awesome. My actual end game would be, eventually I'll have a good enough API, maybe I'll write a compiler that is accelerated with GPU support. GPU accelerated compiler, right? Isn't that crazy? I think the best thing I've done today was copy and paste in Tmux. Yeah, that shit, I'm tired as hell. I don't know. That's probably something to do with why today's distracted, but usually I'm distracted anyway. It's just more today. Or maybe I didn't have enough energy drinks. Who knows? And those are all passing null. That's fine. We have all the correct values, but these are null. So the reason they're null, something to do with a pointer. And it wants a bool pointer. So the problem probably is from the fact that I'm just using, we could use a bool result. Maybe we don't need it to be a pointer. maybe we could use an and symbol here, like the ampersand, to give us an address for a result. Anyway. Or we could try casting it to a pointer. Or we could use ref. Put up HSA on your LinkedIn by day 5. Yeah. The 5-day HSA challenge. If you are in the States, grab a 5-hour energy if it's not banned so far. Oh, they're banning 5-hour energy? Damn, bro. I remember one time one of my friends gave me one. I was like, what is this? This thing is warm, and then I drink it and I'm like, damn, bro. It tastes like really like just chemicals. I just drank Windex or something. I think I SCP'd it, but I don't know. I think a lot of GPU stuff that I would want to do, or want to try to do, false. Hey, that worked. Why does it return false? Oh, because it failed to initialize. And, did I pass it as a ref? Oh, no. Well, I think you could pass it as a cast ref. I don't know, maybe a reference would work? Bad ideas. Yes. Get info, get extension. Very interesting. Very interesting. Well, we're passing the result, address. And I think when bool is uninitialized, it's either defaulting to false or nan or null. No, it's probably null. Delaying bool uninitialized. Here we go. A forum post. Digital Mars is interesting. They have a Digital Mars C++ compiler, which, you know, Walter Bright, the guy behind the D language, he, in 1998 was writing a C compiler, or C++ compiler. He's written 3 compilers, so he's a god amongst men or something. He's an absolute legend. Few men have dared to write compiler, but those who do, and they don't use LLVM, they come out changed as, like Terry Davis. Terry maxing at that point. But no disrespect to Terry, he was a mad lad too. Mad programmer at that point. Int pointer void. Why am I reading a forum? I could just read the D documentation on bool. Types. Wow, everything always comes back to types, believe it or not. False. Oh, that said uninitialize is false. Okay. Uninitialized pointer. No, that doesn't work. That's how you return a value. But we need to pass that to my bool pointer. Try it again. I think that's supposed to do something. If not, let me go refresh myself on the documentation. Bool pointer. I like the bool pointer. It's like a double pointer to true. Oh right, and then agents are when things get fun, because when you have agents, then you can start selecting devices. Since an agent is a device, it's like a. But it's a side note. I'm gonna shut up before I get distracted again, and go off on like a 7-hour spiel about GPU devices or FPGA devices or something. Technically, this does have support for FPGA. You just have to read the HSA docs or find a compatible HSA device, because it is a specification technically. Technical specification. Oh my god, just send it over SCP. To parameter bool result. Okay, then let's go ahead and vim main.d. Congratulations, you are now promoted to pointer results. Pointer. Pointer. All I do is talk about pointers. Pointer. If you can figure out who that's an impression of, good for you. Pointer. Can't call my bool function with pointer. Cannot pass argument and result. What did I vim it correctly? Vim. Pseudo vim man SYU Nikov. Maybe it doesn't need to be a pointer. Pointer. Can't. Oh my god. Triple pointer. Point maxing. So bools are just by default a pointer? HSA in it. Well, maybe we're getting the right results when we ran it. Finalizer. So it doesn't support the finalizer, doesn't support images, and it doesn't support AMD profiler. RockM info. Grep. I want to grep so hard on this thing, bro. It's unbelievable how much grep I'm gonna do. Actually, no. Just do the whole thing. Why not? ISA instruction set info. So that's the ISA for HSA. GFX 1030 ISA. Fast float 16s. And if you didn't see earlier, this has 2 GPU. So there's going to be 3 devices, or 3 agents. Or it's agents, by the way. Round mode is near. Device type is GPU. Mode is 2. What does mode 2 equal? 2? What? Mode 2 equals 2. Marketing name. I like the marketing name, by the way. Vendor name, AMD. Marketing name, Radeon RX 6500 XT. What about a technical specification name or something better, like, I don't know, a bunch of numbers. Fucking great stuff. I love numbers. Q minimum size. This is important too. You have a minimum size and you have a maximum size. If you don't have the minimum, it just will return an error. I don't remember what the error was, but I know that matters. That's node 2, by the way. We also have node 1, which is up here. So we have 2 GPUs, and one is identified as 1 and the other is identified as 2. So internally, AMD HSA, whatever uses it, will potentially be able to use both. I don't know. I'm iffy on that still. I think you might have to select a device, but then after that, we'll be writing Fishenheimer. Grockenheimer, Fish AI. I am become Git program, destroy world, Terminator T420, 1986, Chernobyl. Let's see. Allocatable true. Alloc pool. Pool 3. ISA info. This is for the HSA sale, right? But it's the ISA. ISA 2 as well. And as generic. So GFX 10-3 generic. But that doesn't matter. What matters is oh, it has 3 pools too. 3 different pools. Damn. I don't know. Out of 3 different pools, there's so much information I don't really care to pay attention to in here before, but now I do. And look, there's an ASIC. So it says ASIC's revision is 0x0. That's interesting, but I'm not concerned with that. I'm getting distracted again, and with the max queue number, min max size type cache info. Look at the cache size, is very interesting. 16 kilobytes, 1024 kilobytes, and I don't know. What does a normal cache size look like? Megabytes? I think it is kilobytes normally. Right, actually, 16 kilobytes. That's a megabyte right there. That's 1 megabyte of L2. And then you have 16 megabytes of L3. And those are just different speeds that they get to the SIMDs per core unit or compute unit. So there's just 2 SIMDs. That's like, I guess, threads. But, you know, like GPUs, I've been told, use SIMT. But the difference between SIMT and SIMD is like SIMT is the entire device doing it. Something like that. But that's... Who cares? We're going to try to throw it out the window and write our own OS eventually that will run on a GPU alone. Processor Ucode, SDMA engine Ucode, IMO support. What was I looking for again? I was looking for the type that's bool. Maybe they don't have those in here. I could have swore they had a section where it like returns the oh, it's in the HSA system attributes section. So this, no. Support yes, support yes. Those are just agent sections. But extension filer, extension profiler. Oh my god. We were checking extension support in ROCm. Yeah. Let me just see what. Let's see what AI thinks about my beautiful get extension from my dealing. Mr. AI, please help me. Paste. No, it doesn't have anything about that. Enable Google feedback mixing. Wait a second. What? Google. I like Chromium. Chromium powers my life. You know Chromium's actually hella toxic, bro? Chromium on ROCm? No, ROCm doesn't have anything about initialize. I already went through the whole thing. My brain goes through the whole thing. I see nothing. Searching. Try again. This is good results. I love AI. It works so well. Sam Altman. We need to make we want to try to get tours to data centers to make it possible for people to see how much compute we have. Have you guys seen that one? The Sam Altman interview where it's like about how he wants to organize field trips to data centers or something. I don't remember what it was. I actually don't remember what it was at all. But it was something like that. Pretty interesting. I love ROCm. ROCm's so good. AMD. I'm AMD maxing. Okay, that AI is no help today. Scent? Wait, did they remove Scent? Oh wait, no, those are advanced. These are big ints. Imaginary float, imaginary double, and imaginary real. Complex? Those would be like for Fortran. Fortran has complex. Sorry, getting distracted. I'm getting distracted at this time. Oh my god. Wait, so, yeah, I'll just run that again and see if we can find, finalizer. Pac-Man, SYU. Oh my god. There is no finalizer. HSA finalizer? HSA, where is my HSA finalizer? HSA extension, I don't think that's right though. I think it would have to be able to do images and have a profiler and all that stuff. Imaginary real is love. Gordon Freeman, please find. I love how it just shows searching, and here's GitHub issues, Rust HSA, heterogeneous system architecture, ROCm 7.11 with Strix point. HSA status error, invalid ISA. Wowie. Good job today, AI. You're doing very good. Very good stuff today. I like Brave's AI. It used to work, but I guess they must have gotten rid of it. Kazuki Rust. First result, Kazuki Rust. I like Kazuki Rust. It's my favorite flavor, other than anchovy rust. Let's see. Well, what was I doing in the Vim? I just did things in Vim. Wait, I see some trues and falses. True, false, true, false, true, 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 false. Task and pool. I mean, no, that's actually, yeah, that's right. Task and pool. But then there's also every developer should enjoy stack and heap. I like stack and heap. Wow, 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 wow. Void get extension, bool result. I mean, we're putting it into the result. But if we pass bool as something that, as a bool pointer, it says bool pointer pointer. So let's go back. Let's try again. Let's try doing double pointers. Let's do this. Let's try doubling our pointer count. All right. So now it says function HSA system extension supported is not callable using argument types use or int bool pointer 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 bool pointer 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 pointer. Wowie, bool pointers. I love bool pointers. Triple bool pointer. Maybe. What if the problem is not the fact that we have 3 pointers or 2 pointers? It's the fact that a bool is already a pointer before it even exists. This is a dealing interrupt thing. The bool is already a pointer. Look at this shit. What have I discovered? There we go. It's not callable using type bool. Wants a bool pointer. But we already know. So we need to vim it, but it wants a bool pointer. So maybe it wants this. insert. Maybe it doesn't want the address of result. That shit's easy. What's that? Is a pointer, not a bool. Can only a pointer, not a bool. Yeah, but that's a bool pointer. Maybe it wants insert. Oh, maybe if it wants a cast bool pointer. I think we'll try that next. But I don't think it's this. This doesn't make sense. We wouldn't do this. I think this is wrong. Because it will... All those are false. I think that they should not be false. What are you using AI for? I just wanted to look at the code and tell me if I'm wrong. Because I think that this is wrong. But I don't know for certain. I want it to give me a good enough hint at what to do next. Ah, here we go. The code snippet C, C++, or D. Invalid pointer declares an uninitialized pointer. Passing ampersand result. The function most likely expects bool pointer, not a pointer to boolean, but you're passing bool pointer pointer, a pointer to a pointer. You must initialize result to a valid bool. Oh, okay. Bool pointer result equals and value. So wait a second. What if the result equals false? Wait, but why? ZAI is better, to be honest. He uses GLM 5.2. Unknown syntax. The for each is not a standard that it resembles dealing or a custom macro in D. What's the difference between dealing and D? They're the same thing. Dealing and D are the same thing, two different names. Unknown function. Does not recognize standard function. Appears to be. It has decided that HSA. Okay, it found that. That's pretty interesting. Wow. Is valid dealing syntax for casting, and C it would be uint. no cast. I honestly don't like the cast anyway. I feel like that's kind of lame, but probably be harder to implement without cast. If cast keyword is there, you could be like, oh, well, we found cast keyword, then parse through the rest of it. I don't know. Is what are you using AI for? This is what AI gave me. But they say bool pointer. This is wrong. What? So it expects not a bool pointer. So it expects a bool result, but it expects a... Wait. Okay, have we tried that yet? Am I dumb? Hold on. I think I'm dumb. But let's vim the correct version. We have an ampersand. Let's delete that. It doesn't expect that, but that's fine. It expects a bool pointer, but here's the thing. In the function, it has a bool pointer. Where's that at? Bool pointer, where are you? I'm gonna get rid of you. Oh, there's no longer a bool pointer. How convenient. Alright, now I'm gonna send that over. I think void pointers are okay, but bool pointers are evil. Bool pointer bad. We see bool pointer again. We know bool pointers coming for our kneecaps, by the way. Oh, I fucked it up. I got my caps lock enabled. Alright, let's go back over there. Let's see, did I successfully create my bool pointer correctly? Oh, does that just work? Please /main. Yep. Okay. False, false, false. They all return false. So what? It's just false? Mr. AI, what's the next answer? Is this the answer to my problems? Is this normal? Okay. Well, maybe it's a problem of the HSA. Yeah, I'm kind of lost. What? What the fuck? Gordon Freeman, what are we doing? What? Oh, extern. I appear to have closed out Brave web browser without thinking. But anyway, I'm about done with today's episode. We've done, like, barely very much. Oh, can't find out about... Indicating that the specific... Oh, so it is working. And it wants a pointer. It needs to be a pointer again. Alright, make bool pointer again. That's my motto for when I run for president. Make bool pointer again. That's right, guys. Pointer, pointer, pointer. Make it a bool pointer again. Cast bool pointer again and give it an address results. I like that. Alright. I'm not sure. I'm just dumb. I just spent like an hour thinking it needed something. Trying to set a result, then it needs to be a pointer. Yeah. I'm kind of dumb. But I think it's supposed to be a pointer because I think it just doesn't create a copy that way, so they wrote it that way because it'd be way more efficient. Yeah. Next Republican candidate equals CH3 fish. Nah, I'm a computer candidate. When that happens, it will be, I don't know what year it will be. It'll be a while. We need to build a supercomputer first, the size of Texas. Because everything's bigger in Texas, so it's recursive. So if we build a computer the size of Texas, then since everything is bigger in Texas, then our supercomputer will just constantly be getting bigger. That's the idea. Computer maxing. 100% computer maxing. CP that over. Hopefully it doesn't throw any errors later today. 22 kilobyte source file. That's the largest source file I have so far. Anyway, I like, is Texas bigger than Texas? No, there's not recursive Texas yet. They haven't discovered that yet. That's not in the lore yet. I'd like to thank you all for watching. I'll see you guys next time.